May it please the court, my lady, morning.
Nelisiwe, may you please place the matter on record?
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 19th of October, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Before we start, can I just find out, Miss Marriott, do you have your schedule for the day today? Miss Marriott, are you there?
Yes, my lady, I'm present.
Yes, I just want to find out how is your schedule today? Are we not going to have some problems like yesterday? Can you hear me?
Yeah, for outage in the area. I have reported it, but it's not load
Please exit and return to the meeting.
I'll do so.
President Jacob Zuma's corruption matters back in this morning. Once they postponed to allow the concourt to rule on.
Please mute yourself.
Judge, Ms. Marriott informed me that earlier on, she did have load shedding, but she'll join in using her phone if it gives her a problem. So she mentioned that it shouldn't really be a problem on our side.
I just wanted to check with her
Okay,
what is going to be the situation for the whole day.
All right,
so
Judge.
that we can plan our day. Yes, Miss Marriott?
My lady, I don't know what a tremor or something in the Hammanskraal area that affected the electric.
Okay, but are you able to follow the proceedings? Miss Marriott? Can I ask one of you to call her and just find out from her whether she can follow the proceedings and whether she doesn't have any problem during the course of the day, so that we should know as we start now how we're going to proceed. Please, anyone who can help? Morning, Mr. Makani.
Morning, my lady.
Yes,
How are you?
I hear that today it's you who is proceeding.
That is correct, my lady.
All right, no, that's fine. I just wanted to check with Mr. Marriott whether she has now joined the meeting so that we can then proceed.
And it seems like her network is very bad. I don't know. It was only
Yes.
by my side.
That's why I just want to find out if she can follow the proceedings or I don't know. Is there anyone who's assisting us to access Ms. Marriott or just to get information about it?
Advocate Barrow.
My apologies to interject. I'm on the line with Ms. Marriott. I'll report back to your ladyship as soon as I've...
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Manamela.
Good morning, my lady.
Okay, just bear with us. We will start very soon.
No problem, my lady.
Just relax and put your house in order there so that when we start, you shouldn't be having any problems.
May it please the court, my lady. I spoke to Ms. Marriott. Apparently there is some power problem in the Hammanskraal area which is affecting Ms. Marriott's access. She will follow on her telephone for as long as she has power on her telephone. So she says that she would prefer the court to proceed now, and she will let me know if any problem arises which prevents her from following at all.
Okay, thank you very much,
I will
Mr.
ensure
Van
that
Bergen.
your ladyship
Thank you.
pleases.
Miss Mary, my apologies. Dr. Manamela, you are reminded that you are still under oath. I think Mr. Makani can then proceed. Where are you, Mr. Makani?
Mr. Makani is here, my lady. As the
Yes, you may
purpose.
proceed.
My lady, we have indicated yesterday that would prefer for Dr. Manamela to continue using an interpreter, the service of an interpreter.
When did you tell? Who did you tell? Because that was
We
not done in
communicate.
court.
We
But she has been doing so well. What is the problem? Why does she want to use an interpreter? Because I asked her specifically and she has never encountered any problems. Is there any reason why? Maybe you can explain to us. She has been doing well. What is why the need for an interpreter?
My lady,
In any event, I cannot choose for her, but she has never displayed any misunderstanding or a poor command of the other language, isn't it? I don't know.
yeah, my lady, we have the view that the way in which she expresses herself, it could be best that she does so in her mother tongue, my lady. And it was also a view of Mr. Sbara, and hence we communicated that with Nelisiwe and said, can she?
I was not informed of anything, isn't it? In any event, I didn't excuse the interpreter. Where is that interpreter, Miss? But before I do that, Dr. Manamela, do you confirm what Mr. Makani is saying? Is it you want to? Is it your choice that you want to proceed with the use of an interpreter?
I learned from my lady that if we need that, we can just indicate. But I was under the impression that at that time that I was busy, I was doing well, but I was advised that maybe the interpreter will be.
What
the
is
best.
your choice? Do you want an interpreter? It's up to you. If you want an interpreter, yes.
I think I can carry on, my lady. I can carry on if I.
But we are not forcing you. If you want an interpreter, tell us. Yes.
If I may, I think the witness does not want to be seen as being troublesome. Hence, the issue of interpreter.
But you don't talk for her. I mean, if she wants an interpreter, she must say so. And she has been doing what is true. Unless maybe there is something that we don't know. I indicated when you testified that I'm not going to excuse that interpreter. In case you encounter problems, you must tell us. Now I don't understand, but you have been doing so well, and I'm not sure. It looks like the interpreter is no longer there. But I don't think it's something that we can waste our time. Maybe what Nelisiwe can do is just to arrange an interpreter for in case you need him, but we carry on with the proceedings, isn't it?
My lady, if I may just quickly talk to Advocate Sbara about this as my leader on the matter. And
yes, I'm not going to stop the proceedings for now because we have been proceeding very there was no problem. We have been proceeding with ease. Nelisiwe? Nelisiwe? Are you there? Nelisiwe? Okay. Just bear with me, Mr.
Morning, Judge.
Yes, just look at your phone there.
Yeah, Judge.
Yes, continue, Mr. Makani.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Dr. Manamela.
Good morning, Advocate.
Today, you'll be proceeding with me. I'll start off by the issue of, let me just start by asking a question. When you testified that there were old NGOs that were there prior the termination. Do you remember that?
That's correct, my lady.
Was there any agreement as to how, when they came on board, how they would be paid from the first few months?
It was just a verbal advice that when they started, because of the process of the department, they need to have funds that can sustain the NGO for 1 to 2 months while we're still processing the payment. And the old NGOs knew about that, and they planned beforehand to say we must plan for around the time of financial year ending so that we can sustain the NGOs. And that was communicated almost when we start with every year.
I'm not sure if I understand the evidence, if that can be clarified. This question, was it basically related to pertaining to the old NGOs, where she said that there was a verbal agreement? Let her explain it properly. Mr. Makani, if you can rephrase the question so that we can follow the evidence.
Okay, I just wanted to lay the basis.
Yes, but she gave a long answer, and we don't know these details, whether they relate to the situation that forms part of these proceedings, and whether
my follow-up. Perhaps I should go
before
directly.
you go to the follow-up, let us first understand what is it that we have to know, because you are the one who's leading the witness, isn't it?
Okay, Dr. Manamela, my question is, when the new NGOs came on board for the termination project, were they made aware, or was there any agreement as to payments for the first few months, and as to how is it going to happen?
They were made aware of how the payments in the first 1 to 2 months will happen.
What is it?
Just hold it there. Yes.
What is it that they were made aware of?
Let me state that although the finances of paying NGOs were not from my directorate, in the first meeting, when we had the NGO meeting and introduced termination, we had the finance people who indicated as well, and we also knew that the first 2 to 3 months when department started with the new budget, the NGO need to be sustaining themselves with the and then with the new NGOs, we all knew they will need funds. There were finance people in the meeting as the project members who were advised as well to look at the funds in terms of the NGOs. The other thing was
Just before you proceed, I'm going to step in here. The question is, what was the former MEC's response? You've spoken about the issue of the infrastructure. The others, you are just repeating your evidence. We just can't follow that. The question is, what was her response after you alerted her, you told her about these challenges that we've just highlighted?
She advised us that we need to ensure that the termination process is going on well. Like I said, she drew in for infrastructure, the engineers from infrastructure unit. And for funds, she said the finance people need to work on the funds. That's what I remember.
As the court, please. Dr. Manamela,
Just before you said, she said what? She advised what about the finance people?
The finance people to also to look at the funds that may be needed for.
Continue, Mr. McKenny.
as the court, please. Dr. Manamela, you remember you mentioned that there was the project team. Can you please list the members of the project team?
Was that not done? I think the evidence is on record. We shouldn't be repeating.
Okay.
I think that team, she mentioned the names. Am I correct, Dr. Manamela? You mentioned the team, your team in the mental directorate and also in the project team. Am I correct? In your evidence, since you started on Monday. I don't know whether it was yesterday or on Monday.
I mentioned the team in the task team members, because when we were busy with 200 beds, we were working as task team. And in that task team, I only mentioned our psychiatrist and infrastructure unit. Okay. But in the project team, there were financial staff from CFO, Chief Financial Officer, to the level of director. There were also HR unit represented by the Human Resource Chief Director. Those I didn't mention.
Okay, so the project team consisted of members of the you said the finance staff, from the Chief Financial Officer to
the director level.
Yes.
And the human resource management as well, from chief director to the level of director. And the chief directors from the districts, from the 5 districts, they were also represented. While they were not in our task team when we were planning for 200 beds. But with this project, after termination, they were all drawn in.
Yes, continue, Mr.
I'll just be direct. It's okay. Because I just wanted the
I think your
structure.
question was you wanted her to mention the members of the project team. If I don't. Yes.
But I can arrive just using another way.
Okay,
Doctor,
that's fine.
did you, as the director, as part of your roles, I would understand that all the members of the project teams or the project team had the roles to play. Were you the one placed with the role of identifying the NGOs?
I will say my unit is not only our unit. We were to support. It was the district, because the NGOs functions paid, managed by the district. So the chief director were there, were to ensure that the NGOs are there. Further to that, I allocated 2 of my deputy directors to work with the team in the district that identify the NGOs.
Doctor, I'm not sure whether it's the issue of network or you've just answered me in a long answer. My question was, were you the one responsible for the identification of the NGOs?
I will say partly, because this was a project, not as a person, my directorate, myself, I was not the person to identify the NGO as the director.
As the court, please. Who was tasked with identifying the NGOs at all the 11 districts? If you may start with each and say this is the individual who was tasked with the identification of NGOs, and in the event you want to say whom did you forward to support the said individual?
I will start with my unit, which was Mental Health Directorate. Immediately we identified the NGO through the NGO manager, who was Mrs. Jacobos. Mrs. Jacobos liaised with the district to identify the new NGOs or the old NGOs that want to expand, or those that has got resources to also have a new wing because of the project. She was a licensing. Then I allocated for her support, because this was a project which needed to be taken care of. I allocated her to work together with the second in charge, Mr. Toban Franz. They started as the 2 people helping and supporting the district. However, in every district, the other DD, before we start with the placement, they were also supporting the district. There were 5 districts. My lady?
Yes, the 2, Miss Johanna Jacobos and Mr. Franz Toban, and they were supporting the district. Then, however,
the other 5 members, the 3 DDs and AD, were also, before we start placement, were also allocated to support some of the district. But all of these DDs, they were also reporting back to Ms. Jacobos and Mr. Franz Toban if they encounter problem. And in the district, that was from my team. In the district, we had district coordinator for Tshwane. We had district coordinator, I don't know if I should mention their name. We had district coordinator for West Rand. We had district coordinator for Ekurhuleni. We had district coordinator for Esidimeni. We had district coordinator for Johannesburg. These 5 district coordinators, we started with them, and they were also advised from our meeting to identify the NGO based from the new or from the old.
okay. Continue, Mr. Mukani.
Mr. Mukani, you're muted.
Thank you. Besides them identifying NGOs, were they required perhaps to check on the compliance of such NGOs, if they comply or not?
Yes, they were expected, but the district were supposed to ensure with a formal way of audit.
Your council wants to know is whether you saw those reports, whether they were compiled or not.
Not, my lady, not. I only saw the one for my directorate that done by Joseph,
Right?
by
Thank you.
Johan, Miss Johan, and Mr.
Are you still giving details?
No, I'm not. I'm not. My
Follow.
lady.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
My
Come
lady,
again?
my lady, if I may propose that Dr. Manamela exits the meeting and logs on again.
Yeah, something is not
Yeah,
right
something's wrong.
because
If she can log off and log
is
on.
there someone who's
Yeah, yeah, there is someone who will be assisting on the side.
a problem, Mr. Makani?
My lady, yeah, someone will assist her.
So today's Mr. Sibar.
Yes, Mr. Sibara will assist.
Hey, yeah. Let me just also do the same here. I think. Just going to exit the meeting and return quickly. Are you there, Mr. Makani?
I'm here, my lady.
We can't see your face now.
But I can see Dr. Manamela and.
Okay, now it's much better now. We just hope you're not going to have any problems. Continue.
And these problems, this load shedding is a cause, my lady. We are having serious problems everywhere. My lady, I will then, doctor.
The witness has disappeared now. I can see the doctor. Can you see Dr. Manamela?
I can see Dr. Manamela myself. I don't know about others, if they can see her.
I can see her. I don't know about others. Can you all see her?
I can see her.
And the problem is on my side then. Okay, I'm just going to.
Lady, sorry to interrupt. May it please the court, my lady, sorry to interrupt.
I can see her, but I don't see Mr. Makani. Instead, I see Mr. Pinar.
My lady, I had given Mr. Pinar an opportunity to address the court. Hence, I.
Okay, all right. All right. Dr. Manamela, just before I allow.
And evaluated, and they meet the minimum requirement to be managing the mental health care users.
Just a second. Yes.
Is it a requirement, or was it a requirement for?
No, I'm encountering problems here. Okay, thank you. Now I can see you. Continue.
As the court, please. Dr. Manamela, is it a requirement, or was it a requirement that before placement of mental health care users is done, an audit should be done?
That's correct, my lady.
Continue.
Did you at any stage inform anyone who was part of the people who were doing audits that they should not do audits, they should only do it, or they can do it at a later stage?
No, my lady, I've never informed anyone not to do the audit because the audit was actually the district function. I didn't do it in writing, or I didn't even do it in the meeting because it was not my function or mental health directorate's function.
Okay. You said you didn't do it in the meeting, you didn't do it in writing. Either by a phone call, someone calls you and says, "Doctor, we want to place these mental health care users. We have not done audits. Should we place them?" Did you give anyone a go ahead to do that?
I never gave anyone a go ahead to do that, my lady.
To do what?
To place the mental health care users without audits being done.
Okay, continue.
I'm going to ask you about, there has been evidence before this court about the challenges that were experienced by NGOs after placement. Were they reported to you, and what were those challenges?
After placement, the challenges that the NGO experienced were reported to me. And I don't know if I should state why they were reported to me.
What were those challenges? Don't answer what you're not asked. The question is whether the challenges reported to you, and what were the challenges? That is the question. Mr. Makani, was it not your question?
Precisely, my lady.
Please answer what you have been asked.
Thank you, and my apology for it. The challenges were some of the NGOs which advised the NGO identifying team of their place. They reported to me that they found that some of the NGOs place the mental health care users in a different environment, not the one that they saw.
Again, I didn't pick that up.
That the other challenge was
let's start with the first NGOs. One. Dr. Manamela?
Yes, it's the first
yes.
One. My lady. The first one I was saying, after placement, when they do post-placement assessment, they found that some NGOs place
that is now the identifying team.
No, it's not for the identifying team only, because after placement, those who were at Life Esidimeni were drawn back and they were allocated the NGO that they must visit so that we support them.
Mhm.
Yes, so when they went out, they found that some of the NGOs, where they are placed where the identifying team didn't know. That's what
Okay.
yes. The other thing, they found that some NGOs, where they are located, they struggle with some resources. The other problem was the medication problem, that instead of the NGO receiving 28 days medication, some received only 7 days medication.
Yeah, just hold it there.
And after the court is done, I would also want to go back to one of the challenges and ask a question from it. If you can go slowly so that we're able to follow up and write down and ask clarity.
Continue.
Doctor, you spoke about the MHCUs being placed in not in the NGOs that or or at a place where they should be. On this challenge alone, what is it that you have done?
When they reported to me, I'll give you one example. When they reported that to me, it was Miss Nello and Miss Dr. Lingwan who went to Tshwane, who were allocated to support after placement some NGO at Tshwane. So when they informed me of that, I asked Miss Jacobos and Mr. Toban to say, you know the NGO, and this is what I hear from the team that is supporting, for example, Precious Angels. Can you go there so that you see what was the problem? Because you identified with them and you told the placing team the NGO is okay. That's when they reached there. They found that they placed some patient, the patient where they didn't go and as NGO marathon to see before. They placed them in different place. That's the example that I am giving. The other one I think was Umetluku. When
That's
they
just
went,
before you go to the
that
other one, doctor. Just before you go to the other one. The question was, are you with us? Are you part of these proceedings? I see now today you are another person. What is wrong with you today? Doctor, can you hear me?
Now I can hear you, my lady.
Yes, you must listen to the
get
question.
the first question.
Yes, the question was, were the challenges reported to you? You said yes. Now, your counsel wants to know, in respect of these challenges, after they were reported to you, what did you do? We hear now that they were reported, right? You engaged with Ms. Yakubos and Mr. Tobani, right? To go and visit those NGOs. You have given us an example. What did you do then? What happened to the matter? I don't know if Mr. Makani, that was your question. That's how I understood it. But now my problem was he was now repeating. You are muted, Mr. Makani.
My lady, I don't know whether I should ask for the witness to be excused and have a short discussion with the court and colleagues and find a way forward if the witness can be excused.
Okay, just step aside, Dr. Manamela. Yes.
My lady, it is for this reason that we suggested the service of the interpreter. We notified we became aware of this thing that Dr. Manamela seems not to understand some of the questions. We understand the issue of the English command and so on and so forth, but the issue of answering questions, we at the end of the day, my lady, it's a question of colleagues and parties
Just
to the
a second,
proceedings.
can I check with Nelisi? Nelisi, where are you there? I don't know, maybe she keeps it because I asked her to check where is the.
Judge, I'm with the interpreter at the moment.
Yes, Mr. Makani.
Yes, and this was also a view of some of the senior colleagues.
I don't know the others, but I don't know why I'm encountering this today.
I also cannot see them, my lady.
Oh, Mr. Makani can also know, it's not also able to, okay. Mr. Mabena, how are you? Long time, eh?
I'm good, my lady.
Yes,
I'm
we're
there.
going to take a tea break now. Please, let's start at 10 past.
As the
10
court
past
pleases, my
11.
lady.
Okay, the witness is warned. Thank you very much.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court please, my lady.
As the court please, my lady.
Your ladyship, please.
Mr. Makani and the interpreter.
As the call, please, my lady.
Yes, I can see you. Where is the witness?
I don't know, perhaps maybe I should. Advocate Bara just told him to go there. If I may just call him.
Nelisiwe, are you ready from your side? Where is the interpreter?
Yes, Judge, we are ready.
Okay. Already indicated them, and Mr. Makani wanted to know as to what is it that you then did. Am I correct, Mr. Makani? Just take it from there. Okay, the interpreter is interpreting.
Gabotse mo Dr. Ge se hlaisang ke ena matlhodi o re pele ga go ya tieng kapa go ema lebakanyana le nyane ge o ile wa botsisha wena ge ka di-challenges tse o ileng wa lebelang le tsona wa di-experience mabapi le yona NGO segolo thata go tla mo lebakeng le la di-placement, and then o ile wa arabo mo wa tlhagišana le lebaka le gore ke wa fe mathata o ileng wa kopana le one bjale ge moemedi wa gago Advocate Mukari o ba nya go tseba go tswela pele Makani o ba nya go tseba ga botse rena di-challenges kapa dikgwetlho tseo o ile wa dirang ka tsona. Lenkwele doctor.
Ke le kwele ke a leboga my lady.
Yes.
Ke ileng ka se dira go ya ka o tlhokega ga ditlhare goba o fiwa ditlhare e se ka nako ka mokgwa gore was to write back to LE and say please issue the medication for 28 days jwale ka ge SLA e rialo.
All right, just pause there. Just pause there.
As the court pleases, my lady, I'm having a bit of difficulty in following up what the witness is saying because there's a breakage somewhere.
Correct.
Yes, she is not clear. I cannot follow and pick up.
And the other thing that now an interpreter is here, she keeps on speaking English, but I don't know because I was avoiding all these other things, but we can proceed. I can say there is a problem there. If you can just check your connectivity, it appears there is a breakage, so we cannot pick up everything that you say.
Doctor.
Can you try again?
Okay, ke rile di-challenges ke ile ka di dira ka mokgwa tse di reportilweng mo go nna ya mathomo ebile ba re ditlhare tse ba di receivileng di be di le less ka kgopela life Esidimeni gore ba ilukishe.
Okay. Just stop there. The interpreter is here.
Doctor, ke kgone go fitisha ga botsa ke re ke kgopela se ke la bolla dijo tse telele thata one le se stelle nka se kgone gore nka se hlaloša go ya ka mokgwa le se boletseng ka gona. The actual answer, my lady, is that yes, on the report that I received on my side pertaining to the medication which was supplied, which was less in quantity, then I requested the Life Esidimeni to attend to that matter.
Yes.
Mo tabeng ya di-record tša balwetši le gona ke ile ka ba ngwalela lengwalo.
Even on the matter pertaining to the records of patients, I also wrote a letter to them in that regard.
To who?
Lengwaletše mang?
Go life Esidimeni, Dr. Mkhatshwa.
I wrote a letter to Life Esidimeni addressing it to Dr. Mkhatshwa.
Continue.
My lady, if I may come in.
Okay.
There's the challenge that you mentioned before we adjourned. I didn't really get your answer. I don't know whether the court or the colleagues got your answer. On the issue of the MHCUs being placed at wrong centers or NGOs. What is it that you have done after that issue was reported to you?
Dr. Dirileng ka seleng sa begwa mo go nna pele ga ge re ya tieng mabapi le dikgwetlho tse le la kopana le tsona mabapi le go deliveriwa kapa go išwa ga tsona ditlhare tše lefelo le
just a second, Mr. Interpreter, I'm just going to assist you. Where there are specific names that you are not aware of when we refer to the patients, the former patients of Life Esidimeni. Somewhere you'll get things like mental health care users or MHCUs, US, right? So now council is referring to the challenge that he mentioned with regard to these users, patients being placed at NGOs at the wrong places.
Thanks, my lady, for the intelligence and also for the enlightenment about the terminology that is used. Doctor, moemedi wa gago o nyaka go tseba ge gore le a dira kae mabapi le bona balwetši ba le ba bitswang gore ke di-mental health users ba ile ba beiwa go tsona di-NGO tše seng tša maleba.
Di-NGO tšeo di ile tša advise-wa gore ba ka nyaka madulo a mangwe goba re ka tšea balwetši.
Those tswela pele.
Ke moka di ile tša leka go nyaka madulo a mangwe, like Precious Angels ile ya lebella ledulo la ko Linwood.
All right, it's all gona moo. After advising these NGOs, my lady, then they looked for alternative accommodation, and otherwise we said we will take these patients back to us. But however, they preferred going forward looking for another alternative accommodation for these patients. For example, like Precious Angels, they looked for an alternative arrangement of accommodation in Linwood.
Okay. Continue, Mr.
Karumela.
Okay, continue, Doctor.
Karumela me Masinelo le ba bangwe e be le ena leng heti.
Ke kopela le bušhe me mang?
Cheka.
Me mang?
Me Masinelo. Le ba bangwe ba ko directorating a ke sa gopola mabitso gore o ile mang gore ba yo assessa le filo leo.
Okay, go lokile tswara gona mo. I then, my lady, designated or asked me Masinalo and other personnel from the directorate to go and assess that place.
Yes, continue.
Tswela
And
pele,
then
doctor.
ye nngwe e be le Umutlheko le yona wa romelwa batho gore ba yo assessa lefelo leo le lona le se gabotse gomme le bona ba humana lefelo le lengwe ko Centurion ke moka balwetse ba ile ba iswa gona.
Okay. And another place, it was called Umhlego. Also at that place, personnel were sent to go and do assessment, which indeed it was found that it was not conducive. And then, however, they found another alternative accommodation at Centurion.
Mr. Makani?
Dr. Manapemela, these challenges, were they reported to the former MEC, Mr. Dane Mahlangu?
Doctor, tsona dikgwetlho tse kapa di-challenges tse di ile di a begiwa kapa di a reportiwa go yena MEC wa Maloba mme Qedani Mahlangu? Le nkutlwile, doctor?
Ka mokgwa ke le utlwile ka mokgwa o bileng ka ona ke re be re reporta ko meeting a ke gopole ga botse gore mme Mahlangu o be a le gona tšatši le re reporta ko meeting ditaba tše mara ge re reportile ko meeting ka re o bona le di-executive ke dumela gore o kgonne go botswa ka gore ge a se gona ba be ba mo emela legatong la meeting.
These issues, my lady, we reported them or about them in the meeting. I can't recall clearly if in that meeting the MEC, Ms. Qedani Mahlangu, was present. However, the executives will be present at the meetings, and then usually the executive will represent the MEC. So I believe that she was told about it.
As the court is.
Continue.
I'm sorry to take you back a little bit, but these two issues are linked. Were there any arrangements as far as the question of medication is concerned before the MHCUs were placed at the NGOs, whilst they were still at Life Esidimeni, but about to be placed at the NGOs? Were there any arrangement in place?
Gona doctor ke a tseba go le mabaka mabedi kapa di-issues tse pedi tshwanetse go buše morago mo go tsona di bohlokwa kudu. Se ke nyaka go tseba sa mathomo gore na dithulaganyo mabapi le yona meriana kapa medication ile ya diriwa pele na go bona balwetši ba le reng ke ba MHCU pele ga ge ba ka sepedišwa ba isiwe go di-NGOs ka nako o santsane ba le gona kwa Life Esidimeni go ile go dira dithulaganyo mabapi le meriana kapa medication ya bona?
Dithulagano dilo tša diro.
Arrangements were made.
What arrangements were in place?
Dithulaganyo tse di a dirwa ke tše feng?
Dithulaganyo tša ditlhare ke gore Life Esidimeni ye be e hwetša ditlhare mo pharmacy ya government e swanetše e orderele balwetši ditlhare tša matšatši a 28 before ba ka transferiwa go ya dipetlele goba go ya di-NGOs goba go ya gae.
My lady, yes, the arrangements were made as far as the medication of these patients is concerned, because Life Esidimeni received the medication from the government pharmacy, So it was ordered that they should a medication for which will last for 28 days for the patients before these patients are transferred to these hospitals or the NGOs, or even before being taken back to their own homes or houses.
Continue.
According to you, this is in accordance with the report that you received, were all the mental health care users that were transported to the NGOs, were they all given the 28 days medication?
Go ya ka report le la hwetša go ya ka lena bona baletši ba re bolelang ka bona ba MHCU ba ile ba hwetša tšona dihlare tšeo tša matšatši a 28 pele ga ba ka sepedišo go ya ka report le la ya amogela.
Aowa.
No,
Eseng ka moka. Go
not
gongwe
all
ba
of them.
ihumane, go gongwe.
Go gongwe ba e humane, go gongwe ba e humana. Le re bjalo, doctor?
Ba humane ya 7 days, go gongwe.
No, my lady. In the other instances, they received a medication for 7 days, not for 28 days.
My lady, I see there is a hand.
Yes, there is a hand, Mr. Fihlela.
Judge, can I just ask that Mr. Makani adjust his screen on his side?
Mr. Makana, you can hear this for yourself. And I'm not sure whether Dr. Manamela it's properly settled there. Is she fine the way she's appearing, because we can't see her face properly?
And again, my lady, I'm having a problem of breakages.
Yes, it's because she seems to be all over the places. I don't understand. Dr. Manamela, yesterday you took a better position. Please do that. Don't be very close to the camera and don't be very far from it. Mr. Pichela, you may proceed while Dr. Manamela is trying to take. Yes.
It's not so much an objection, but a request for a bit more particularity. I think we already have evidence on record in respect of which NGOs are affected. So I don't think it's proper to run.
Can the witness, perhaps, is it necessary for her to step aside?
I don't think so, my lady.
Okay.
I was just requesting that we be specific. I mean,
we should get specifications, yes.
Yeah, we know precious angels, we know this, we know that. So it shouldn't be an issue that we tiptoe around. May it please you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Makani.
As the court, please. The concern raised by Advocate Mr. Pichela will try to rectify it. Doctor, do you perhaps remember which specific NGOs contacted you and made a report that their MHCUs did not have the 28 days medication?
Na doctor, le kgone go gopola ga botse-botse gore ke tse feng di NGOs tse le tša le ka gore di le contacte di le botse gore ge bona ga botse-botse ga ba hwetša yona dihlare tše le ka ba lekanang ona matšatši a 28 re ra bona ba MHCU.
Le ge ba a ke sa gopola gabotse, mara report eo ke humane. I think Precious Angels nka no ba ke se habotse ile ya bolela gore humane ja bo 7 days. Le tše dingwe tše le ra ke go gone go gopola mabitso, mara di boletse gore instead ya 28 di humane 7 days.
My lady, I will answer in this way that
yes, but before she proceeds, I'm going to allow you to interpret. Doctor, when you've got an interpreter, allow the interpreter. Don't say lots of things. Just say something in short, then allow him to interpret, and then you continue. Right? That is why sometimes we have to stop you.
As the court pleases, my lady, may
Continue,
I
you
just interpret the version
Yes.
that she has just elaborated on? Yes, on the report that I made, I do recall, even though I'm not clear in my mind, but then Precious Angels did highlight that they did receive a medication that will last for 7 days instead of 28 days, and others, which I cannot clearly recall from the back of my mind as of now. They did make such a comment about the medication.
Yes. You can
Tswela pele.
finalize your statement. You wanted to say something again, Doctor?
Tswela pele ge doctor o feletse polelo ya gago hobane o bo šetše o thomile ho bolela.
be ke šetše ke thomile gore le tshepong ke gopola o kare le tshepong le yona e ile ya ba le bothata ba go tlhoka meriana ya 28 days.
Yes, the other one that I recall, my lady, is Tsepong. They also highlighted that they had a problem about this receiving of the medication of 28 days. Instead, they received for 7 days.
Okay. Is that all that you remember?
Ke sona seo se o se gopolang, doctor? Yes.
Doctor, whilst we're still on preparation before placement,
Yes, continue.
it is common cause that the NGOs were not like hospitals and so on and so forth, or look-alike institutions. Were they any arrangements made with the local clinics or hospitals with the issues of medications or any other services that the MHCUs might require?
Doctor, re sa le mo lebakeng la go lokišetša kapa yona preparation pele ga ge balwetši ba ba ka sepedišwa ba išwa mafelong a di-NGO gobane re tseba gabotse re yona NGO ga se tleliniki kapa sona sepetlele. Se re nyaka go se tseba ko re na dithulaganyo kapa di-arrangement di ile di a diriwa na peleng go dirwa le ditleliniki go dirwa le tsona dipetlele segolo thata go lebetse bona ba diriši ba MHCU gore ba tlo hwetša di-service go tswa go tsona. O ka araba, doctor.
Re ile ra dira dithulagano.
Yes, we made arrangements.
Would you elaborate as to which arrangements were made for them to receive such services?
O ka tswela pele wa re botsa gore dithulaganyo ke tse feng tse e leng wa di dira gore ba tle ba kgone go etsa tsona di-services tseo kapa didiriswa tseo?
Dithulaganyo ebile go linka every NGO to go sepetlele goba clinic ya kgauswi le bona gore ge ba nyaka di-services, ge ba nyaka meriana ba kgone go ya kgauswi le ditleliniki goba dipetlele tša kgauswi.
Yes, arrangements were made, my lady. Then the initial one was to establish a link between the NGO and the hospital or clinic which was nearby, so that if the MHCU users needed their services in terms of medication or other things, they should just go to the nearby hospital or clinic facility.
Continue, Mr. McKinney.
As the court, please. Doctor, again, when did you start hearing, or when was it reported to you that there has been death or deaths at a virus or at a particular NGO? When was it?
Doctor, go tlhobileng go buiwa mo go wena gore go bile le lehu kapa mahu go tsona di NGOs tša go farologanya ba ile ba beganeng la mato mo go wena?
Ke gopola gore ba ile ba bea around the end of June goba ka morago ga July or
Which year?
Ngwaga mo feng doctor? Ra kwa bolela ka kgwedi mara ngwaga ko mo feng?
Ke 2016.
Ngwaga le re ke 2016. Yes, I recall, my lady, that I received a report about death. It was at the end of June or towards the end of July in the year 2016.
And do you perhaps remember from which NGO was it?
La gopola doctor yona NGO ile ya lebegela ka tawe ke efeng?
NGO ye ileng ya bea lehu la mathomo ebile the CEO wa ko Cullinan a mpotsa ka mahu ka lehu la molwetši o beile ko Esidimeni.
Go lokile doctor o ka ema gona mo? Yes, I recall that the first report came from the CEO of an institution in Cullinan, the one who reported about the death of a patient who had just went to Esidimeni.
Okay. And then from there, did you receive other reports about the deaths?
Go tloga fao di gona di report tse dingwe tse le di a di amogela mabapi le lehu kapa mahu a balwetši?
Re ile ra di amogela ka morago a sebakanyana.
Yes, we did receive some after some time.
Okay. When you received these reports, you as the director of the mental health care unit, what is it that you have done?
Morago gore o gwetse tsona di report tse bjale ka moetapele kapa director o ile wa dira eng wena?
Ke ile ka kgopela mental health review board members gore ba ye ko Esidimeni ba yo investigate gore na magoa a ka ba tlhaisitswe ke eng.
Yes, what I did, I requested the members of the mental review board to go to Esidimeni to investigate about the cause of the death.
Dr. Walls was still at Esidimeni. Before MHCUs were placed at Esidimeni, in terms of either documentation or the audit, did it indicate whether the Esidimeni was ready to receive the MHCUs?
Doctor, re sa le gona mo lefelong le le a Esidimeni. Pele ga ge bona balwetši ba go thweng ke ba MHCU, pele ga ge ba ka išwa gona kwa, pele ga yona documentation ya gona kapa audit, na go ile go a tlhaga leseding gore yona Esidimeni e mo seemong se se lokileng sa gore e ka ba amogela bona balwetši ba go swana le bona ba?
Pele balwetši ba ya, a sanka ra tseba ka NGO ye ba e bitšago Esidimeni.
Before the patients were transferred, we did not know about this institution called Esidimeni.
Just for the purpose of the others, are you saying you yourself, you didn't know? Because I hear the interpreter say we.
Ga re bolelege, o ka ba gore wena o bo sa tsebe o ra mo tlhakoreng la gago ka noši kapa o ra lena ka moka gobane nna bjale ka motho o tlhalosang polelo kapa bjale ka interpreter ke berekiša lentswe la gore le e ka ba kwena o le noši o be go sa tsebe kapa lena ka moka le be le sa tsebe.
Mental Health Directorate.
I mean
Ebe staff.
Doctor ke gopela bušeletše or
Unit
yone mental health.
ya ka ebe bitšwa Health Directorate. Ebe isa tsebe selo ka Esidimeni.
Or unit
Pele
ya
ga
lena.
mago.
My lady, I mean, my directorate, which is called Health Directorate, did not have any knowledge about Esidimeni.
Okay. Continue, Mr. Makani. You are muted.
I'm getting confused now. HCUs are at Esidimeni. You say the directorate, the mental health care unit directorate did not know about Esidimeni. How did it come about that MHCUs were at Esidimeni when the directorate did not know?
Bjale ke a gakanega gobane gore wena ge directorate ye e ba se tsebe e be e sa tsebe ka yona ntho go tweng ke ya basedi gore bona balwetši ba hwetšagale ba le gona mola go Esidimeni gobane o re lona lefapha la le e be le sa tsebe.
Esidimeni ka mo be ba le gona ke ka gare ga sepetlele se se bitswang Cullinan.
Okay. Esidimeni was housed inside a hospital which is called Cullinan Hospital.
Continue.
CEO ge re be re plana ka nako ya termination. Ba ile ba lukiša mepete ye 100. Ba lukiša ka mokgwa wa infrastructure. Ka
The CEO, before termination and the placement, he spoke to me about 100 beds in the infrastructure. He further explained it to me that before termination, there are wards or wards.
tšeo di ka lukišwang gore re tle re accommodate balwetši ba ba tswang ka Cullinan mo sepetleleng se be le in charge gore Cullinan e tle e amogele balwetši ba lekanang ba ba tswileng go tswa ko Life Esidimeni.
That those wards will be prepared at Cullinan so that patients can be received, the number equaling the patients who will be transferred from Life Esidimeni to that institution that he or she was in charge of.
That is now the CEO of Cullinan. CCRC.
Lebelela ka CEO ya sepetlele sa Cullinan, doctor.
Go bjalo motlhomphehi.
That's correct, my lady.
E le gore yena CEO o be šetše a re introduce gore na NGO yeo e tlo go šomiša sekgoba seo ka bjale ka lebitso le le bitswang Love Disciples ke yona e be re tseba ka nako ye re planela termination.
Love or like disciples?
Love.
Love disciples.
Yes.
The CEO, my lady, had introduced to us the NGO that was going to use that place, and then he introduced that NGO as Live Disciples. That is the name that we got to know by that time before the termination.
Continue.
Bjale go bonagetše gore e rile ge CEO a bona go kare Love Disciple ha e tla ba le mathata, yena a appointa Siabadinga e fela a seke a ntsebiša ka tla ka tseba mola go šetše go na le lego.
E swara gona moo. That's my lady, the CEO, realizing that now there was going to be a problem with the Love Disciples. Therefore, he appointed Siabadinga without informing me first. Then how I got to know about it after the death have occurred.
Doctor.
Continue.
My understanding is that you'll correct me. The NGOs to operate, they needed a license. So if you did not know about Siabadinga, who issued the license for Siabadinga?
Letlang posho lagna le posho doctor ke kwisho gore di NGO gore di shume di hloka gore di hwetše tsona di license ka gore wena o be o sa tsebe ka Siabadinga ke mang o ileng a ba fa yona license?
Ile wa tla fela ya Love Disciples ya Siabadinga kgopelo a sanka ya tlišwa.
When the request of licenses were brought to my office, only Love Disciples request was brought, and then this one of Siabadinga was not brought to my office.
Doctor, the question is, who issued the license for Siabadinga?
Puchusha doctor ko gore ke mang o ile a ntšha ona license ya Siabadinga. License ya go šoma.
A sanka
Yes, but if I may
Objection,
elaborate.
my lady.
Yes, Mr. Pitler. Can the witness step aside, please? Yes.
My learned colleague should avoid asking leading questions. And that is elementary, my lady.
Mr. Makani?
Hey, my lady, I don't know how to respond to Mr. Pichela. Which leading question was asked? Because that is a follow-up from if it would be common cause if doctor said I did not issue a license, there was no license issued. If I were to ask, were they operating without a license? Is that leading?
But how is this witness supposed to know? I mean, she didn't know of the existence of this NGO to begin with. She only knew, she didn't know of the arrangement that existed between CCRC and Siabadinga as an NGO. That much she has conceded. Now, to ask her the question that my learned colleague has just posed, you're basically putting words in her mouth. That is not a testimony that was elicited by proper questioning. It's a conclusion that my learned colleague is putting to this witness. And obviously the answer is suggested and the witness will just confirm. But if we interrogate the facts that preceded this part of the testimony, she did not know. She does not know. She knows nothing about Siabadinga. She only knows what she was told upon the death that occurred. May it please you, my lady.
Thank you. I don't think there's a need for me to respond. I think I've already responded.
Thank you very much. I think you have dealt with the issue. This question is not allowed. Thank you very much. The court is aware. The evidence from this witness is that she did not, the license was not issued. Right? So to go back to say, did they operate without a license? I mean, I don't know. Because as she didn't know anything about this NGO until there were deaths reported. Thank you. Can we proceed? Where is the witness?
Should be called just now, my lady.
Yes, continue, Mr. Makani. The witness is back.
As the court is. Doctor, did you personally, after the death, visit Siabadinga?
E ka bona doctor ka sebele morago ga mafu a go boletsweng ka ona wena ka sebele o ile wa etela yona Siabadinga? Yes.
When you
continue,
when you were there, what is it that you have noticed in terms of their operations, in terms of compliance and other relevant factors?
Ka nako le gona kwa le baetetši ke eng se le la gona go le se lemoge kapa le se bone ka tsela ba šomang ka yona operationally le ka compliance le ka mabaka mang?
Ga ke be ke le kwa ke bone ke ile ka ya ko di-warding ka bona balwetši ba beng ba le gona ka bona mepete e be e na balwetši le e be se na le balwetši
When I
ka bona le
sorry, doctor.
Just hold it there, doctor.
It's all right, doctor. When I visited this institution, what I observed, I visited the wards, and then in the wards, I observed the beds, which were
just check
patients,
with me the interpreter. Okay.
And then the
if you can start again, I think you seemed frozen, Mr. Mabene. If you can start.
As the court, please, my lady. During my visit to the said institution, what I observed, I went to the wards, I observed the patients, the beds on which they were, and also the beds with no patients.
Gape ka bona le balwetši ba gona ba be ba sa bona le bana le molato e fela ge ke ntse ke lebelela di-ward tšela tša go tshwara balwetši ba 100
Tswela pele.
ka hwetša gore go na le ward ye nngwe Yes, ya badinka e sa kgonang go bea balwetši ka go yona.
Then when I proceeded to observe, my lady, I could observe that the patients at that institution, they looked okay. And also further inspection of the place where these 100 patients were going to be accommodated in, I noticed one ward in which Siabadinga could not place patients inside of it.
E fela ka hwetša ka mo warding eo, e šomišwa jwale ka dustbin, go latlhelwa ditlakala ka gare.
I noticed that this ward that I'm referring, which patients were not put inside, it was used as a dustbin. The garbage or the papers was thrown inside that ward.
Gomme ge ke elelwa gore wodi ela ile ya tsošološwa for balwetši, bjale o ka se kgonege, o ka se be gabotse gore re sa nyakana le go tliša balwetši go tloa life Esidimeni. Re šomiše wadi jwale ka selatlhelwa sa matlakala.
I then, my lady, realized that this ward that I just spoke about that was used as a dustbin has been renovated to be used for patients, and further that it won't be okay that while we are looking to transfer the patients from life Esidimeni, there must be a ward that is used as a dustbin or garbage place.
Ya ba gore ketelo ya ka ke be ke sepetse le mme Hana Jacobosi, ke a gopola e be le mokibelo ka gore mo bekeng be ke sa kgone go etela di-NGO ka nako eo, ka šomiša nako ya o khutša ga ka ya Saturday, gomme ka kgopela mme Jacobosi gore a kopane le nna ko Cullinan ka ge re kwile ka lego.
It's not a doctor. And in my visit, I was accompanied by Mrs. Hannah Jacobos. I can recall clearly that it was on a Saturday because during the working days or during the week, I could not visit the NGOs. Thus, I used my resting day, which is on a Saturday. I asked Mrs. Jacobos that she must come and meet up with me at Cullinan after hearing about this death or deaths.
Ge re be re ntše ke check-a balwetši ntše ke sepela le ena mme Jacobosi, gomme a ba a mpotša gore ka gore re na le mepete ye ward ye one be ka tšea between 25 mara e eta le gore jwale di-nurses station le some of the linen room or some of the care corridor di ile tša renovatiwa, gomme le yena a bolela le nna gore go ka ba bjang ge re ka re di-NGO tše dingwe tše di beng di swanetše go ya kalafong yeo e ile ya bolelwa gore e ka se sa renovatiwa.
I'm sorry, my lady, there's a breakage again. I cannot follow what the witness is saying.
Okay, Kiri. Ge re le mo re seno bona ward ya o se shumishwe. Mme Jacobos a nkgopotsa
Tswela pele.
gore ward ye ya 25 ye e ka rwalang balwetši ba bangwe e šomišwa jwale ka selatlhelwa ditlakala e ka šomišwa ke ye nngwe ore ye nngwe ya di-NGOs tšela di bego di swanetše go šomiša Kalafong Hospital yeo
Isware gona moo. I'm saying, my lady, as I was checking on the patients, I was in the company of Mrs. Jacobs, the one who reminded me after seeing that ward that was used as a dustbin or a place whereby garbage was thrown in, that it was going to be used by some of those NGOs who have supposed to have used a Kalafong hospital, which was going to be under renovation. Okachula pele.
kgopolo ye we re ile ra e tšea ka be ke mo kgopela gore ka gore di-NGO tšela e be le tše tharo o ka bolela le tšona wa kwa gore go na le NGO ye e ka ratang go šomiša sekgoba se se leng gona ko
I entertained that thought coming from Mrs. Jacobos. Then we thought that, I mean, it was 3 NGOs that needed a space or a place. I advised her to speak to them. If any one of them can use a space which was used as a dustbin or a place of garbage at Kalinen.
O ile a tšea kgato yeo a tla boya o nna mo bekeng gore ge e le ba babedi ba re ba dula kgole le Kalinen e be e le Sihlobo le Precious Angels ba re ba ka se kgone go nka sekgoba seo gomme a reporta further gore o na le NGO ye e leng ba ba leng mo Tshwane mo gaufi le Kalinen yeo e bitswang Anchor ba ka kgona ba re ba ka kgona go tšea sekgoba seo.
E sware gona mo. Mrs. Jacobos, my lady, did as I requested her. She gave the report back to me during the week, and she told me that 2 NGOs, that is Sihlobo and Precious Angels, they said that they were far away from Kalinen. They cannot use that space or place. However, the NGO which was at Tshwane, which is near Kalinen, the name of that NGO is Anchor. They are the ones who showed the interest of using that space or place.
Yes, Mr. Makani, I see you are no longer there. Mr. Makani, are you still part of these proceedings?
May it please the court, my lady. Mr. Makani phoned me. He said that he's been kicked out. He's trying to get back into the proceedings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Bergen.
Apologies, my lady. I had found myself frozen, then it kicked me out. We may continue, my lady.
Ki pele ya moo e ke se no tseba ka yona Siabadinga. Ke ile ka bolela le CEO ka mo founela ka re a ntlhalosetse gore nkane re bona Siabala re sa bone levels.
Just, Kati, I think you are having a problem. You keep on breaking and breaking. Just take a proper.
She's breaking. I cannot follow what she's saying.
Lady, I see Mr. Makani is trying to speak, but he's muted.
Doctor, if you may leave the meeting and then log in again, perhaps it can assist.
Thank you, Mr. Makani. The witness is here. Did you also leave the meeting, Mr. Makani?
No, I didn't leave the meeting, my lady.
I thought you also left the meeting.
No, I didn't, my lady. Doctor, you were still explaining the events at Siabadinga. If you may continue from where you left off.
Morago ga ge mme Hannah Jacobosi a seno mpotša gore go na le NGO ye e ka ratang go šomiša sekgoba seo. Ke ile ka leka go bolela le mme CEO ya Cullinan ka gape ka kgopela dinamba tša wa leng mogolo ka mo Siabadinga gore re mmotše re mo kgopele gore woti yela re mo tsebiše rata gore woti yela e šomišwa jwale ka dustbin re rata re duma gore e šomišetšwe balwetši jwale ka ge e be e lokišeditšwe fao.
Go lokile, doctor. E swara gona mo. My lady, after Miss Hannah Jacobus gave me back the report that one of the NGO has the interest of using the space in that facility, I tried speaking to the CEO of the hospital, whereby I requested to be given the information about the senior personnel at Siabadinga, so I could relate or convey to him or her our intention of wanting to use that ward, which was used as a dustbin for patients.
Mme CEO Menyatlo ke ile ka mo fumana e fela a se thabele kakanyo eo. Mme CEO Noile a ka kgona ho mo fumana ka tšatši leo.
Yes, it's what more, doctor. I did find the CEO, Mrs. Inyako. However, she was not happy about my proposal. And then on that day, I did not find Mrs. Noile.
Gomme ka bona gore re ba bitše ba tle ko head office morago ga ge ke boletše acting HOD ka nako yeo e bego e leng Dr. Lebete. Gomme a dumela ra ba kgopela go tla meeting re tlhalose taba ye gore go be le kwano ka Monday.
I then went further to request them to come to our hot office. I liaised by that time with the acting HOD, Dr. Lebete, who agreed to that proposal or that request that they should come to the meeting on Monday so that that issue can be addressed.
Yes.
Go ile wa ba bjalo ba ile ba kgona go tla meeting go di le district coordinator ya Tshwane gore taba e atle atliwe gomme ya atle atliwa go kwanwa gore what yeo e tshwanetse e šomišwe e se ke ya ba se latlhelwa ditšhila.
Indeed, my lady, they came. also in the presence of the district coordinator of Tshwane. It was discussed about that issue and also agreed that that water should be used instead of it being used as a dustbin.
Morao wa moo ke ile ka romela ntate Thobane le mme Hana Jacobos gore ba yo checka gore Siabadinka e be tswa ile ko kae, e na le mangwalo na. Ba ile ba ya ba boa ba mpotsa gore a ba hwetša address e be ba go ba ifilwe.
After then, I delegated Mr. Tobane and Mrs. Jacobos to go and find out if Siabadinga had the necessary documentation or papers. They came back and said they did not find the address that it was given to them.
Go tloa mo department ile ya kgopela gore Siabadinka e se sa tlhola e šomela ka mo e tlhokomela balwetši ka ge e sena mangwalo.
From then, the department requested that Siabadinga should no longer operate in that institution or taking care of patients because they don't have necessary papers or documents.
Siabadinga ba ile ba kwa botlhoko ba lwa le rena ba re isha court.
Siabadinga, they were hurt about this. They fought us, even taking us to court.
And go court ka gore ba be ba bile ba ganetša batho tsena ka woding ba re ke gopola gabotse ba re fe dikhiye tša woti mola ka gore di woti tše di be di kgawantšhi di be di secludilwe from sepetlele ene go tsena o tsena bona ba tla o bulela. So ba ile ba kgopela gore ba re fe dikhiye re tšee gona moo re lokiše ka moo balwetši ba swantše ba be ka gona.
E sware gona moo, doctor. And at court, my lady, they were requested that they should give us the key because Siabadinga refused people getting to that ward because the way it was structured or the infrastructure, the way it was positioned, these wards were secluded from the hospital. So for you to be able to go to the ward, people from Siabadinga, they had to open for you. That is why at the court, it was requested for them that they should give us the key so that we can do renovations.
So the court ordered Siabadinga to return the keys to the department. Is that what you're saying?
So Dr. Korea Tseko ile a laela ba ba Siabadinga gore ba bušetse dikhiya go lena ba lefapha kapa department.
Ba dirile jwale gomme ba re fa le date e nngwe e ke gopola gabotse gore re tshwantse re tle re boya mara ba re fe dikhi re kgone go tsena.
Yes, my lady, they ordered that and further providing future date for us to return back to court, but they had ordered that they should hand over the keys to us so that we can gain access.
Okay, yes, let's deal with the relevant stuff now. Continue. Any other thing?
o ile wa no felela gona moo ka gore mafelelong molaodi mogolo Dr. Selebano o ile a kgopela gore a ba ngwalla lengwalo gore ba tloge ka mo diwoding gomme wa kgopelwa HR leadership chief director le chief director of quality gore ba re thushe ra nyaka bašomi go tswa Weskopisi ba yo tlhokomela balwetši bao ba beng ba le ka woding ya Siabadinga.
Ke sware gona mo, doctor. It ended right there, my lady. Dr. Selebano, the director, instructed them to move away.
The HOD.
The HOD, I'm sorry, my lady. The HOD instructed that they should move away from the ward. Then we requested the chief director and then also another chief director in quality to request the personnel from Weskopis to come and assist the patients which were in the ward in Siabadinga.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, after the MHCUs were placed at various NGOs, before deaths were reported, did you visit these NGOs?
Doctor, morago gore bona balwetši ba ba MCHU ba bea pele ga re tsona dipetlele tsa go farologana tse pele ga ge go begwa lona lehu kapa mahu a wena o ile wa etela ona mafelo a di-NGOs?
Go bjalo o na le ya ke kgonne wa etela le ya ke sa kgonang wa etela.
Ke sware gona moo. Yes, my lady, there are some institutions that I managed to visit and others I could not manage to visit them.
Okay. Let's talk about the ones that you managed to visit. What is it that you had observed when you visited each of them?
Doctor, ke eng se le wa kgona gore o se bone ka nako o ba etetse?
Mo ke kgonneng go ya ke kgonne go tlhokomela o bona fela ka face value ha o fitlha gore na balwetši ba ka ba tshwere jwang gape le gore na staff se gona na go na le tše ke di ileng ka ba ka di etela le Ntate Mosenogi project manager ra checka le dijo gore ka ba di gona na. Ra checka ba re botsa le mathata ba kopana le ona.
Yes, from the NGOs that I visited, what I noticed just from the face value of it is the treatment of the patient, how the patients were treated, and also looking at the staff allocation. And then on others, where I visited with Mr. Musoniri, the project manager, we also checked on the quality of food.
Doctor, perhaps we should at least speak about each NGO at a time that you have visited, so that you don't speak on general terms.
Dr. Mo re swantse re o boelele mo gore o bolele ka NGO ka eteng o ileng wa etela o ska di kopa-kopantša gore o no bolela ka dilo general fela, doctor.
Ke ile ge ke gopola gabotse ke etetše NGO e ba e bitsang Tshepong le gona ke be ke leka o di etela ka di-weekend ka gore mo gare a beke ke be ke tshwaragane le mešomo e mengwe.
Ke swara gona mo, doctor. Ke swara gona mo. If I recall, the NGO institution that I visited is Tsepong, and the visit was during weekends because during the week I was busy with other commitments or other work that I was doing.
Ke kgonne le go etela NGO e ba e bitsang re ba feni mo e be leng di-NGO tše pedi mara mo mafelong a o fapana.
All right, sorry, the other one that I visited is the one which is called Ribafeni. It's 2 NGOs at different places.
One NGO conducted at 2 different places.
That is correct, my lady, one NGO.
Ka etela le NGO ye bibego e bitswa El Shaddai.
I visited another institution, NGO called El Shaddai.
Ka ba ka etela le NGO ye bitswang
Doctor.
Shama.
Doctor. What I asked you is to, when you mention an NGO, because previously you had mentioned the status. So I want you to make the court know the following, that I visited El Shaddai. When I visited El Shaddai, this is what I have observed. Then you go to another one, then this is what I have observed. If you can remember, if you can go that route, I think it will be helpful to the court.
Doctor, agre peling overla ka status sa tsona di NGOs gona bjale ge moemedi wa gago kgopela gore ge o botse mahlodi o hlalose go fa sekao gore mohlomong o ile wa ya Tshepong go fihla Tshepong o ile wa bona se so le so go tloga mo wa raba fenyi go ba fenying o bone se le so o nthola ga botse doctor akere gore ya tsheko e kgone go latela bohlatsi ba gago ka moggo bo beyang ka gona. Re kwane ga botse doctor kapa ke bušeletše?
Ke a kwešiša le ge e le gore tše dingwe tše di beng di direileng ka no ba ke di lebetse ka gore ke kgale mara ke tla bolela tše ke di gopolang.
Yes, I do follow, my lady. Even though some of the incidents that I've observed might have lapsed from my memory because this is something that happened a long time ago. However, I'll try and assist about the ones that I recall. Kachola pele.
Ko El Shaddai ke ile ka hwetša tshwaro ya balwetši e le e kgotsofatšang.
At El Shaddai, I found that the treatment of patients was satisfactory.
And then ka ya ko Shama, se ke ileng ka se bona le gona go be go na le tlhokomelo ye e kareng e a kgatlhiša le ge e le gore kwa balwetši ba beng ba dula ka godimo bo ke bona o kare environment ela ha e gabotse ke ka mokgobe ke bona.
Okay, and then at Shama, what I observed also in terms of the treatment of the patients, it seems satisfactory. However, I did have some reservations about the patients which were housed at the upper level.
Le ge e le gore ke khumane ka mo ba beng ba tlhokomela ditlhare tša balwetši ka gona e le mokgwa o mo botse ka mo be ba o dira ka gona ba tseba gore ge ba tlo fa molwetši šetše ba di beakantše gabotse.
And further, I observed that in terms of their medication control, I mean, the medication that was going to be administered or given to patients, it was organized in a proper way.
Le gona ke re kgoro e tsebe gore ke ile e se kgale kudu balwetši ba ile ge setšho o be le mathata a mantši ka ba ka etela o Mhleko or o Buhle Benkosi.
Buhle Benkosi. However, I want to
ka
know,
hwetša e le gore
wa hwetša eng, doctor?
ka hwetša e le gore tshwaro ya gona ka nako ela ka ge ke ile sa le ka pela e be e le gabotse le ge e le gore ba ile ba mpotša gore ba na le balwetši ba botšofadi ba ba beng ba se ba ba emela ko o Buhle Bonkosi ya mafelelo
Sorry, Honorable Doctor. Sorry, Honorable ki fetiše. However, what I want to bring to the attention of the Honorable Court is that the court should know that my visits were quickly after they were transferred to these institutions before problems could develop in these institutions. And then the other institution or the NGO that I visited is Ubuhle Benkosi. Then what I observed about this Ubuhle Benkosi NGO is that the treatment of the patients also, it seems to be good, even though I did receive a complaint from the personnel of Ubuhle Benkosi that amongst the patients that they received to be under their care are the aged patients, of which they were not prepared to have received them, or they did not prepare to receive the aged patients.
Doctor, about the challenge that you were made aware by personnel at Buhle Benkosi, what did you do about it?
Bjale ka seemo se le ba go bolela ka sona ba Ubuhle Benkosi kapa yona kgwetlo challenge, o ile wa dira eng ka yona?
ge re be re ba lebeletše re dula fase re bolela ba rile ba tla nna ba ba tlhokometše e fela patela ke tsebe gore nka e bea jwang patela ya motšofadi e be e sa lekane le patela ya molwetši fela wa mental health ba nkgopela gore re leke o ilokiša ge ba tlo ba patela ka be ke kgopela gore gona go ra gore a ba nlistele bona re tle re kgone go tseba gore ba tlhokomela batšofadi ba bakae gore ko finance re romele molaetša ba tle ba adjuste di-subsidy tša o Buhle Benkosi.
Ke sware gona moo. What I did about the report that I got from the personnel in relation to these aged patients, I told them that they should compile a list for me detailing how many aged patients were there and how many mental health patients were there, because they further advised me that the payment of taking care of the aged patient is different from that one whereby you take care of a mental health patient. So after requesting them to compile a list, I told them that I'll take this list forward to the finance so that they can adjust the subsidy which they were paying for Ubuhle Benkosi and NGO.
Ko Tshepong re ile ra humana bana le bothata ba gore baoki ba bona ba ile ba sepela kore ke ile shetse kgwedi e fedile ke a bona a ke gopole gabotse mara baoki le staff se sengwe se ile sa sepela ka ge ba be ba sešo ba humane ditefo.
Sorry, Dr. Hulukile, sorry, and on my visit to Tsepong NGO, the problem that I found, it's in relation to the nurses and other staff members who appeared to have left, because if I recall, I visited that institution after month, and so some the nurses had left the institution because they had not got their salary or they were not paid.
Yeah, I think ya mafelelo.
Doctor.
Ya mafelelo.
Doctor,
Ya mafelelo.
if I may, whilst we're still at Tsepong, do you remember when did you go to Tsepong?
Doctor ne wa gopola gore o ile neng mo la Tshepong?
A ke sa gopola gore ke ile neng mara ka nako e re ya a ke sa gopola gore ke ile neng.
I don't recall when
And
I
then-
visited. Sorry mo doctor ne o tla o bolela ke interpreter ya ke doctor. I don't recall the specific date on which I visited, but then on my visit, they already had problems of needing money, or they were short of money.
Then if
Le gona
okay, Doctor, if I may, sorry to interject. On the, can you also comment on the medication, whether how was it in terms of medication? Did they have the medication, or what was the position at Tsepo?
A re bolela ka taba ditlhare, doctor wa kgona go bolela gore ge ditlhare ba bana le tsona kapa seemo sa ditlhare se be se le bjang gona kwa Tshepong?
le sona ba ile ba mpotsa ka sona gore a se kgatliši ba bangwe ba filwe yona 7 days, and then ka be ke kgopela ke tsebe re tshwantse ke kgopela gore re ba thushe ka ditlhare ko Vescopis hospital gore balwetse ba hwetše ditlhare.
Okay, sorry gona mo doctor, sorry gona mo. On the issue of medication, yes, they did also complain to me about the medication situation, because they received that medication for 7 days. Is then that I made the request that they should be helped with medication from Vescopis so that the patients should be given medication.
Gona mo Major Bobosi o ile a swanela ke go bereka le bosiu nna ka ge ke be ke ya ka dikwente gore ba kgone go thušeya
sorry doctor, ila tsona gore breakening bushiletša doctor ka
a šome le mašego.
Okay, tšwela pele.
Ke moka ko Vescopis ba ile ba re thuša, CEO ya gona o ile a dumela mme Mabena gore ba re adime ditlhare gomme re tle re di lokiše morago ge o kgoneya le district.
Okay, sorry gona mo. My lady further, Mrs. Jacobus had to work even during the nights about this issue, and the people at Vescopis, particularly the CEO, Mrs. Mabena, acceded to our request that yes, they will help us with this medication, and then that will be rectified with the district.
Okay, thank you.
Doctor.
I think now ke gopola gore le ko ke tswela pele ka di NGO le ko bophelong ba Manskraal ke ile ka kgona go ya
let's then go
le
to
ko Precious. Okay.
Let's not cut him. Let's not cut her evidence. Let's hear what is it that she wants to say.
okay. No
Continue.
problem.
You said you also managed to go to Bupilong.
I wanted to still ask a
Bophelong.
questions on Tsepo.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Doctor, you mentioned that at Tsepo they were experiencing financial issues. What was the state of the as far as the creation of food is concerned? How were they managing to give the MHC use the food because they had challenges?
Re santse re bola gona kwa tshepong doctor o boletse gore ba bana le mathata a di
Dishopong tša kgauswi gore ge ba ka kgona go ba fa dijo ba ba fe dijo mola e le gore ge re be re sa beakanya re ile ra leka gore re beakanye gore ba seke ba tlo tlhoka dikobo ba seke ba tlo tlhoka dijo ra beakanya ka tsela ye.
we observe they tried supplying that food to the patients, and then we issued a letter to them that they should approach local stores if they needed additional food so that they can be given food by the local stores which were nearby. And whilst we were still preparing in that regard, we prepared that they should also not be running in short of blankets and food.
Yes, I've noted you, Mr. Pitlela. Yes, please let the interpreter finish his interpretation.
As the court, please, my lady, I'm finished now.
Yes, but I think there was an interruption just for the record to capture that. You said, well, they could see, there was they could observe that food was there, but then issued a letter for them to approach the local stores.
Yes.
For so extra food, and then there was something about the blankets.
As the court, please, my lady. Yes. And also in our arrangement, we prepared that they should not run in short of blankets and also food.
Rile ra beakanya ka tsela e. Me Jacobos o ile a beakanya gore company e nngwe e thushe di NGO ka diaparo.
Yes, Mr. Pitlela, just before we proceed, I've noted you. Yes, let's hear you.
Company
just hold it there, Manamel.
Can you step aside, my lady?
Yes, we want to, yeah, you can step aside. Yes, Mr. Pitlela.
Thank you, my lady, as the court pleases. My lady, it's a question of interpretation. From what I could hear from the evidence of the witness, with reference to the letter in particular, she said we requested. So I don't know if it was issued or whether it was requested, because that is something that gives a different dimension to it.
Well, is that material? Perhaps maybe Mr. Makanya can take it up with the witness.
Yeah, of course, my lady, the
definitely do that,
question
madam.
then would be, if the letter was issued, then obviously the existence of that letter would then be something that can be explored. But if it was merely a request, then the follow-up question, the natural follow-up question would be, was that letter ever issued to the NGOs? It's something that I can obtain instructions from my clients about, but I wanted to obtain clarity at this stage.
All right,
That's
that's
what
fine.
pleases.
Let's just proceed. Yes. Can the witness come back, please? Just to finish this point, I see it's 2 minutes before 1 o'clock. Mr. Makanya?
Doctor, perhaps we should go back to, you mentioned a letter was requested for the NGO to be able
Was the
to.
letter issued or collected? That's what we want to know. You spoke about a letter that I don't know whether it was issued or requested given to the NGO Tsepong to approach the local stores for food, extra food whenever necessary.
Doctor, o boletse ka lengwalo mo gore lengwalo leo le la ntshiwa kapa le la kgopelwa gore ba Tshepong ba kry lona lengwalo leo ba sepele ba mabenkeleng a kgauswi gore ba kry dijo ga ba tlhoka dijo. Lengwalo leo re nyako tseba le la ntshiwa kapa lengwalo leo e be le kgopelo ya lona.
Ge re ya kwa bele Saturday ke gopola gabotse re ile ra lengwala gona kwa a botse re ngwadile a mabedi ka re le lengwe be re na le di NGO tše dingwe re re tše di kgonang le tšona di ba thuse ra šia mangwalo ao ko Tshepong.
Okay.
E sware mo doctor ke hlaloše. I recall it was on a Saturday, and then those letters, I think they were written right there at Tshepong, and then we further said that other NGOs should assist them, but the letters were left there at Tshepong.
Thank you.
Then ya ba ile gore re be re lokišitše gore company ya dikobo ya linen e thuše di NGO tšeo di bonang gore di tla shota linen gomme government e tla re o ba patela ba di patela gape re beakantšitše le gore
Doctor, then we requested that another company, the one dealing with clothing, specifically the linen, that it should assist the NGO if the NGO is in need or requires clothing, and that it will be paid their money whenever the government makes payment available.
Yes, okay. Is it for blankets? Because I know spediki blankets or clothing, dikobo. Some would say dikobo ki blankets, but I take it that we're talking about clothing here.
Yes, it was everything. It was everything. Clothing. Yeah, it was not mapa, it was clothing.
Ibe diaparo tša go apara seng dikobo tša go robala.
Ke go e be se dikobo tša go robala ke nagana song ka ba ke le ke nagana gore e be le se dikobo tša go robala e be le tša go apara.
I think clothing, not blankets for sleeping purposes.
Okay. Can we, Mr. Makani, it's 2 minutes past 2. Can we
may resume
past 1, can we leave it here and then take the lunch adjournment and resume at 2 o'clock. The doctor is warned, Mr. Interpreter.
Gona ka seo ka se re tla emisha doctor go tloa dijong a ke re tlo bua ka 2 then o fuwa temošo ka ona motsotso o.
If she wants it
Ke a
to be
leboga,
properly explained, I did that yesterday to her. I hope that she understands. I thought you would just explain it again, because isn't it now they requested an interpreter?
Theeletša doctor maabane ge matlodile a go lemoša ka temošo tša ga gore ga wa tshwanela go dira eng go santsane o lefana ka bopaki a kere le maemo a maabane le hono a sa bereka gore ka gobane o santsane o bolela o le paki ga wa tshwanela gore bopaki ba o ba hlaahle le motho mongwe kapa o bolelele mongwe kwa thoko ka bopaki bo tlo bo bolelang o tšwela pele gona mo kgorong ya tsheko a kere.
Ke a leboga.
Understood, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. The court will take a lunch adjournment. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
As the court, please.
May I please support?
May I please support, my lady?
As the court, please, my lady.
amogela, Dr. Manamela.
You are
Ke a
reminded that you are still under oath.
Wa lemoša gape gore o sa le fatshe ga boikano, Doctor. Ra kwana kere?
Ke a leboga. Ke kgopela tshwarelo for computer e dire ka mo e dirileng. Ke a leboga.
Thanks, my lady. However, I want to apologize the manner in which the computer behaved. However, I'm thankful.
I don't see your legal representative. Mr. Makani, where are you?
I'm here.
Can you please continue?
As the court, please. Doctor, if you can move to another NGO that you have visited immediately after placement on your testimony, if you can include food, include infrastructure, and in general on that particular NGO, the suitability of housing mental health care users. And also the question of medicine, if you may address it on that particular one, the next one you're about to address.
A re tswele pele o tsene go NGO e nngwe o ileng wa etela se re se kgopelang segolo thata kore o bolele lebaka la dijo, moago, infrastructure, le gore moago o bo lekanetse kapa o le seemong se se botse gore batho bao ba le bolwetse ba tlhaloganyo ba ka dula gona, gape re lebelele ditlhare tšeo ba bego ba tla fiwa tsona. O nkutlwile, Doctor? Le nkutlwile,
Ke a
Doctor?
leboga, ke utlwile. Ke a leboga, ke kwele.
Ke a leboga le nna re ka araba bjale, Doctor.
NGO ye nngwe e ke ileng ka etela le ge e le gore ke yona be šetše le nakonyana ke Precious Angels. Ke ile ka etela le Deputy Director General Dr. Lebete and the MEC. Ge re fitlha kwa re humane bana le 2 professional nurses ba le busy le di-patients.
E sware gona mo, Doctor. E sware gona mo ke fetiše, Doctor. Yes, the other NGO that I visited, even though it was a bit late, that is a Precious Angels NGO. I visited it with the Deputy Director, Dr. Lebete, and also
Deputy Director General, DDG.
The Deputy Director General, Doctor?
That's correct.
Yes, Deputy Director General, Dr. Lebete, and the MEC as well. And then we found that they had 2 professional nurses.
Who were busy with the patients. The area that really rai etela. Ibe a house. Ibe a house je basadi. Basadi ke bone ba le ka mo re thomile ko leng basadi pele. Ibe se ba bantšhe ya ke sa gopola number ya gona mara bo gona le nurse. And ka baka la gore ke mola šetše o be o na le mathata ge re etela.
Tswela pele mathata?
Mathata a be a šetše a reportilwe. Re humane ba lekile ka mokgwa ba ka kgonang gore environment e be habotse le ge ntlo e be le nyane le balwetse re humane ba le busy le bona. Ba ba diriša.
E sware gona mo, Doctor, ne? As I said, my lady, that there were 2 professional nurses when we visited that NGO. And then we observed that they were busy with patients. And then the area or the place that we visited, it was a house which housed women mainly, even though I cannot remember the exact or actual number of the women. However, there was a nurse who was busy because problems had already been reported. They had tried sorting out or to correct the situation which they found themselves experiencing, even though the house was small, but they were busy trying to correct the situation.
And then raya ko yengo house yeo ibe na le bontate go na le ba di-quad bed go na le di-quad bed ba bang ba le ka di-quad bedeng.
Then the other house that we visited, my lady, it's a house that housed mainly men. And then we were together with the personnel from the department. So there were cot beds, and then some of these men were inside the cot beds.
And yona e be le upstairs ge ke gopola gabotse e be na le ka godimo le ka fase if ke gopola gabotse.
My lady, there seems to be a hand from.
Yes, I can see that. I'm just noting that. Mr. Pitlela, just bear with me. Yes, Mr. Pitlela.
Thank you, my lady. Just the last bit of testimony, the witness hadn't finished. She was saying she found them doing something, but then there was interpretation and she never went back to that part. That's what pleases.
Can you deal with that, Mr. Makani? This is with regard to just angels.
I don't know whether he's referring to the issues of nurses or the issue of problems. If Mr. Pikela can enlighten me there.
Yeah, just a second. What I recorded here, Mr. Pitlela, and for the benefit of the others, the evidence was that she visited Precious Angels with the DDG, Dr. Levete, and the former MEC, even though it was a bit late. They found that that there were 2 professional nurses who were busy with the patients. Then they started at a house where only females were housed. She cannot recall the actual number of patients. And then she went on to say they visited that place at a time when there were already problems. The NGO had already tried to correct the situation, although the house was small. And then when we were, then she proceeded to mention that they also visited another house where there were only men, mainly men. And then there were cot beds. And then there were patients, the patients were also there were some of the patients who were in cot beds. I don't know, Mr. Pitlela, but if you can just, if there is anything that is missing, maybe the interpreter must just interpret this to the witness, then she will indicate.
As the court, please, my lady, I think that the court got it correctly, because the last piece of evidence that the witness alluded to is that the house was small, and that the nurse who was there was busy with problems. However, she posed, she did not proceed going forward, narrating or giving more evidence about that. Then she moved to another aspect of a house, which housed mainly male person or men.
That is what I'm saying, my lady, where there was a pause and there was supposed to be continuation and it never happened. That's court pleases.
Miss, yes.
Dr.
Mr. Makanya, you understood the concern of Mr. Pitlela.
I didn't, but I had a question of my own. Perhaps out of asking a question of my own, I could clear Mr.
That
Pitlela.
can clarify the situation.
I think perhaps it
but
may.
the doctor must also be told, we have to understand the evidence. She must say something, leave the interpreter to interpret, then continue. She shouldn't be saying many things, because we don't want the interpreter to lose some of the information that she's giving us. And I don't think the interpreter will allow her to proceed where she has said something and the interpreter interjects or stops her from proceeding with the evidence. So let's just be careful there. Thank you.
Doctor.
I'm sorry just to come in. Ngaka ke a kgopela gore mo dikarabong tse o tla bo fanang ka tsona o ska bo motelele le ka gore bo bo kopana gore ka moka tso di bolelang ka molomo wa gago re kgone go di tlhalosa gabotse di dule gabotse di kwišišagale gobane mafelelong ga di sa kwišagale e ba mathata mme ra utlwana ke
Re a utlwana motlhomphegi.
robela ke a leboga. Thank you my lady for indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Makani.
As the court, please. Doctor, you mentioned that there were problems reported and those problems were being dealt with. What problems were they?
O boletse gore go na le mathata ile a begiwa then mathata a go be go bereka ka ona. Mathata o ke a mohuta mang?
Kwa mathomong bo mme Masenelo ge ba be ba itile ka mola.
Doctor, if I
Ba
may.
ile ba reporter.
Doctor,
just listen to you.
Doctor, may you try to be in one position when you give evidence, because sometimes we don't know what making you to cut over and over again. If you can be on one position, you don't have to be next to the screen, but seated properly or in a way that you are comfortable. Then you give answers, because sometimes you get blurry and some of the statement I don't hear it, or others might be experiencing the same thing. Just try to be put and be comfortable and answer the questions. Thank you.
Re a kgopela ngaka gore o dule felo go tee o ska šišinyega fele bana ba re a maka re ka baka la eng o fela o kgaoga gobane mo snapeng o na o le tswalla o sa bonagale gabotse bjale re kgopela gore go fa tsena ka tsona dikarabo tša gago o dule felo go tee o ska ya ka mo le botse le go bona le bonagala gabotse.
Understood?
Wa tlhaloganya doctor. Thank you.
Yes, what is the question, Mr. Makani? If you can just rephrase that for the doctor to answer.
Doctor, you mentioned that at Precious Angels, there were problems reported and they were busy fixing it or fixing them. What problems were they? Were reported and that were being attended to?
Lebeletse re kwa Precious Angels doctor go be go le mathata a ile go a bego ya re nyako tse gore ke mathata a mohuta mang ke mathata afe a be go šomana le ona a ile a tlhaga kwa go Precious Angels.
Ge ke gopola gabotse go bongwe ba mathata be le gore ka gore ba sa tlhwa ba patelwa ka nako be ba na le go shota dijo ka nako eo. Ge ke gopola gabotse and then
just hold it there.
Just
one point, it's fine. Just one point, let the interpreter interpret.
One of the problems that I recall is that they were not paid on time, thus they ran short of food.
Continue.
And then le ya gore ba rile balwetse ba bangwe ba bagolo ba ka gare ya di-court bed le gore ntlo ke
just mention one and then you pause.
And another problem, my lady, that they raised is that some of the aged patients were inside the court bed.
Yes, continue.
Le ka tswela pele ngaka?
A se gore ke batsofadi ke di-adult mara be ba sa kgone go ka sepela ba le ka mo gare ya di-court bed ba sa kgone go sepela ba bangwe be ba robatswa ko upstairs mara e be le ba go sepela ka gore bona le ba bangwe ba kgona go opela ge re le mola ke ba opela ka ntle ka nako ya bona ya rehabilitation.
E sware gona mo doctor o ska bolela dilo tse telele thata My lady, I want to clarify that they were not that aged, however, they were adults, but then they were unable to walk. Then others of them were placed inside the cot beds, and then others were housed upstairs, and those who were upstairs, they could walk. And then we could hear them sing during their rehabilitation programs.
Continue.
Re ka tswela pele ngaka?
Ke di gopolang ka Precious Angel. Ke tse ke di gopolang ka Precious Angels.
Correct. That's what I recall about
ke
Precious
lebeletse-
Angels. Imanyana, doctor. Akere swansi ke fitishe so se bolelang. This is what I recall about Precious Angels, my lady.
Yes. Anything else that you want to say, Doctor, before we pass Precious Angels?
Se gone gape se se sonye go se bolelang ngaka pele ga re feta mo go yona NGO ya di Precious Angels. Se seng gape.
Se sengwe no ba gore be shetse o na le di report ya tša balwetse ba ba tlhokofetseng a ke sa gopola gore be le ba ba kae ka nako.
Okay. The other report
ke
that
re ile shetse le latanyana.
Okay. The other report that I can think about is the report about patients who have died, even though I don't recall how many were they in number because we visited that place after some time. It was now late.
Just
Doctor.
hold it there. Yes, when Mr. Pichela interjected your evidence, you were telling us about your visit to the second house where men were housed, right? And your evidence was that there were some who were on court, in court beds. Do you confirm that?
Pele ga ge Morena Phitlhela a tsenela o bo setse wena o bolela ka ntlo bobedi o ile go a etela ntlo eo go dina go banna fela le gore ba bang ba robetse gare ga mepete ya khoto wa netefatsa gore o boletse bjalo.
Ke boletse jwale le ge ile gore ke di court bed tše digolo tše ke di gopolang e seng tša bana re na le mefuta ya di court bed o na le tša bana o na le tša ba bagolo.
Okay, yes, that's what I said, my lady. However, I want to differentiate. Those were not court beds for children, but it was for adults because we do have court beds for adults and court beds for children.
Anything that you want to say about this place, this second house, and then we pass your evidence once you are done.
Se seng gape se nyaka go se bolela ka yona ntlo bobedi e go be go nna banna mo go yona se o nyaka go se bolela go se bjalo re a feta mo bopaking boo se gone se nyaka go se bolela.
Only in relation to that specific house, the second house where mainly men were housed, as you testified.
Segolo thata re bolela ka ntlo e mo go dula gona banna mo go be go dula bona banna fela.
Ke nagana gore tše ke di gopolang ke di boletse.
Okay.
I think what I can remember, I've already said it, my lady.
Just to assist you, just before we took the lunch adjournment, you mentioned something about a visit to Bupilong. So you didn't take it further because Mr. Makanya took you back to Tsepo. If you can touch that one also.
Go thusha go tla ga thuso me wa kwa go bola pele ga re ya dijong o boletse ka Bophelong then go tloga fa wa boela wa ya kwa Tshepong bjalo ge tlhalosa se seng ka bona bopaki bo ba buileng wa etela ka bona kwa Bophelong.
Bophelong le gona ke ile shetse re le garenyana shetse o bile le team tše dingwe tše di ileng before ra hwetša ile gore balwetse ba ko Bophelong a se ke bone bothata bo bokalo ntho e nngwe ke bone ke gore be ba le hare ba thomile o renovate go se sa tshwana le ka mogola boele ka gona pele balwetse ba dula.
E sware
So,
gona moo.
le
E sware
gore
gona moo ngaka. E sware gona moo ke fetishe. About my visit to Bophelong, my lady, yes, it was in the middle during the time when I visited after a certain team had already gone to the institution to visit. However, during my visit, what I observed, I did not observe any problem on the side of the patients. However, I can notice that renovations have been done at that institution. It was not looking the same as it looked before.
Which Bophelong, did you visit all the Bophelong houses or which one was it? You must classify it. Remember, yesterday we spoke about Surmani, Hamaskral, and you also mentioned another one in Mamelodi. So did you visit all the Bophelong facilities?
Ngaka re tla fe thuso gopola gore maabane o boletse ka mafelo a mangwe tshwanela Surmani ya ko Hamaskral le Mamelodi. Ya le mafelo o ile wa etela gona ko a Bophelong o etetse mafelo ka moka.
I'm listening.
ke etetse Bophelong Surumane ye leng ko wa Hamaskral.
I visited Bophelong Surumani, which is at Hamaskral.
Okay, continue.
O ka tswela pele ngaka?
E ka gape ka tšeo ke ka mo Johannesburg ke ile ka etela Bokang e be sena mathata e be ile ya banna fela ka etela Siabathanda.
Just finish one.
Doctor. Emma Pili. In Johannesburg, I visited Bokan. I did not observe any problems, and then it was mainly housing men of male persons.
Yes.
Ka
etela ye nngwe ba re ke Siabathanda yona e be e tshwere basadi fela le yona a se le mathata.
Olukile, doctor. I visited the other one, which is called Siabathanda, which mainly housed the females. I did not observe any problems.
Continue.
Ka
etela ko West Rand ke ile ke etetse Mosego a ke sa opola gore ke neng mara e pele e na le dintlo tše mmalwa. Ka nako e be ke etela.
Doctor. The other one that I subsequently visited is the West Rand, and then the place is called Mosego. However, I cannot recall where. And then the place had fewer houses.
Continue.
A ke sa gopola gore ke ile ka observa mathata ka mo Mosego.
I can't recall if I observed the problems.
Then ko Johannesburg ke ile ka gape ke etetse Takalani.
Then in Johannesburg, I visited Takalani.
Le yona ka nako ewe a sa ka nako re be re ile a sa ka hwetša go ina le mathata a makalo. Mathata a generally for batho ba di NGO e be ile gore a ba sotlhe ba patelwe mara sa ka hwetša mathata a makalo.
Doctor, the other one that I visited in Johannesburg is Takalani, and then during my visit, I did not observe too much problems because the common problem about the NGOs is that they were not paid on time.
Ka etela gape ko Esidimeni mo ba reng ke lapeng le mo ba reng ke thekganang
Go lokile.
le gona
Then I visited Esidimeni at a place called Lapeng and Tekhanang.
le gona a se ke hwetše o na le mathata e be no ba gore balwetši e re fitlha be ba le rehabilitation service
Okay, sorry mo.
sessioneng.
Sorry gona mo ngaka ne. And then on my visit also at that institution, I did not observe any problems except the fact that the patients at that institution, they were on a rehabilitation session.
Continue.
Ka Ekurhuleni ke gopola ke etela NGO ye nngwe e be e le a ke sa gopola leina la yona le yona e be sena mathata mara e be e le day care a se ke humane mathata ko go yona
Go lokile, e swara gona mo doctor. And Ekurhuleni, I can't recall the name of the NGO that I visited. I did not observe any problems because it was a daycare.
ke nagana gore the last one ya Ekurhuleni e bile St. Michel a ke sa gopola neng yona e be e le old NGO e na le balwetši ba baswa I think ya moetši 12 ke gopola gabotse le yona e be sena mathata
We
ka
are
nako
saying
ye ke
lots of
beng ke
things,
etela.
doctor. Just cut, please.
O lebelele doctor o utlwele nna ke tlo go botsa gore o eme doctor ka bana o bolela dilo tšeng tša re thome re boele morago o re ya mafelelo ke St. Michael o ile wa Michele o ile wa etela ke re doctor and then ke NGO ya kgale re o hweditše go iregang
Aowa ke hweditše e sepela gabotse.
It was an old
E be e
NGO.
sena balwetši e na le balwetši ba 12 e receive-ile balwetši ba 12 go tšwa ko Life Esidimeni e ke gopola gabotse.
Yes, the last one that I visited in Ekurhuleni is St. Michel. It's an old NGO. I did not observe any problems, and then it housed 12 patients who came from Life Esidimeni.
Continue, Mr. Makani. Is he still there?
Ma'am, I have follow-up questions from Precious Angels. You spoke about a bit late. What do you mean by that?
Ke na le push ya go latela ya Precious Angels mo something o bolela ka a bit late morago ga nako e seno tsamaya o ra go reng ka seo a bit late.
Ke ge šetše o reportilwe gore o na le balwetši ba ba šetšeng ba re šile.
Okay, by that I mean that a report has already been made about the patients who have already passed on or who have died.
Which month was it?
Kgwedi ke kgwedi e feng?
Of 2016.
E be le
Of
kgwedi e
20
feng ka ngwaga 2016?
A ke sa gopola gabotse.
I can't
A ke sa
recall when.
gopola kgwedi.
I don't recall the month.
Okay. What is it that you did after they've reported that they were dead in terms of your department? Particularly for the patients of who had Precious Angels.
Morago gore le kwetse yona pego ya lehu ke ile se la se dira bjale ka lefapha kana yona department segolo thata ge re lebeletše ka ona mahu a diregetseng kwa Precious Angels.
Balwetši ba ile ba tloswa ba hausiwa ko kalafong sepetlele ka saeteng e nngwe mara ba no tlhokomelwa ke Precious Angels Management ditlhare le dijo ba di fumana ka kalafong.
The patients were transferred to Kalafong on the other side, and then they were taken care of by the management of Precious Angels. However, food and medication, they received it from Kalafong.
That's all it there.
And gape
Just a second,
se
please.
sengwe se ke se dirileng
Emanyana doctor, emanyana ngaka.
Continue.
Le ka tswela pele ngaka.
ke a leboga se sengwe se ke ileng ka se dira ebile o developa strategy se se bitswang adopt an NGO ka gopela team ya ka ya mental health gore o mongwe le
Ema pele
o
doctor,
mongwe
isware gona
Doctor?
mo.
a
Isware gona
adopte
mo.
Doctor, I can't see the court. I don't know whether colleagues can see the judge. Oh, okay.
Continue.
He's here.
What I did, my lady, further is to develop a strategy, and that strategy, it was named Adopt the NGO. I did that with the personnel on my side from the mental health side.
Yes.
Le ka tswela pele ngaka ka
and I
yona strategy
advise
seo.
ke moka ka gopela team ya mental health directorate gore ba own NGO ba itshware through all the process until di ba gabotse gore ba is like ba onele ko ba ba tšee through every process ebe se
I then requested the team on the mental health directorate side that they should own the NGO, assist them at all sides.
Until everything was
and
fine. Am I correct? Yes, that's what I heard. You say?
Correct, my lady.
Okay.
That's correct, my lady. After everything was fine.
ke bolela eo ka gore ebe o bo le boima go staff se be ke bereka le sona ba kwešiša ba ntlhalosetša gore NGO ke tša ko districting ka gore eo e be le nnete ba fila gore ke seke ka ba allocator ko adopt an NGO.
All right, sorry, ngaka. I'm mentioning this because it was difficult, my lady, because the personnel under my care, they felt that the NGO thing belonged to the district. They felt that I should not include or make them to be part and parcel in my strategy of adopting an NGO.
Continue. Mr. Makani.
Ma'am, on you mentioned 3 other problems while you are still at Precious Angels: the issue of food, the issue of elderly mental health care users, the issue of court bed. Let's start with the issue of food. How did you, as the directorate or the Directorate of Mental Health Care unit, assist, or how did you deal with this problem of food?
Where?
At Precious Angels.
O boletse ka mathata le kopang le ona kwa Precious Angels wa tlhaiša mabaka a mararo. Lebaka la mathomo o boletse ka dijo, wa bolela ka batho ba setse ba godile, wa bolela gape le ka mepeto ya dikgoto. Bjale re nyako tseba gore lene be le ka lefapha kapa directorate e šomang ka batho ba malwetse a monagano ke eng se le la se dira mabapi le taba ya go tlhokega ga dijo?
At Precious Angels.
Gona kwa Precious Angels.
ke gopola gore be ke na le MEC le DDG. Finance ile ya gopotswa gore e facilitate ka pela gore Precious Angels e kgone go hwetša dijo gote le di-NGO tše dingwe.
On that issue, my lady, because I was with the MEC and the DDG, and the finance was told that it should quickly facilitate that the issue of food, that the NGO, that is the NGO referred to, should get food, and as well as other NGOs.
As the court, please. Ma'am, how is the issue of elderly patient a problem, or how was it a problem at Precious Angels? Because you listed it amongst the problems.
Taba ya botsofe ye e be ile bothata bjang gona kwa Precious Angels gobane o ile wa itlhagiša gore e bile bothata le yona?
Gabotse ke rile e be le di-adult mara a ke re ke tlhalositše mo bekeng gore o na le di-adult tše ka reng ka baka la physical deformity di bonala e ka ke bana ene tshwanetse ba nesiwe o accommodata deformity, so ke ka mo ba be ba le ka di-cot bedeng.
My lady, on that, I've already elaborated that actually these patients were adults, but due to their physical deformity, they had to be nursed like children because they looked like children so that they can be accommodated. Hence, they were put inside the cot beds.
So, patients who are in that state, is it acceptable or is it within the standards that they should be inside the cot beds?
Bona balwetse ba mohuto o amogelegile kapa ke tsamaiso ke standard gore ba be gare ga tsona di-cot beds tse?
O bjalo o amogelegile.
Yes, it's acceptable that they should be inside the cot beds.
As the court, please. I think when we started with this, I said we'll be dealing with the issues of challenges immediately after placement. There came a time when deaths were being reported from various NGOs. What is it that
ka taba e ka bolela gore re tlo bolela ka di-challenges kapa dikgwetlho morago gore ba se no placeiwa mahu a ile a tswelela go tswa go ona mafapha a roganeng a yona di-NGOs?
So my question to you is, what is it that your directorate did immediately after they became aware of the death that were occurring at the NGOs?
Bjale puso ka gore lefapha la gago kapa directorate ya gago ile ya dira eng mabapi le ona mahu a ba a tswelela gona go di-NGOs go mafapha ao?
Matla a be re na le ona beno ba gore rena re support-o ba re šomišane le di-NGO tšeo go thibela mago. Ke ka mo ke ileng ka re dira adopt NGO strategy ka allocator staff saka so that ba tlo kgona gore ge le re patient e
ye tswela pele ke tšheditše
e nyaka thušo ya tšhoganetšo ba tla be ba le gona ba be ba check-e le dilo tše leng gore di be di nyakea mohlomongwe ba di misitše.
e sware gona mo. The only power that we had to answer your question, it was us to support these NGOs to prevent further death. That's why I had to allocate my own staff in my strategy that I named Adopt the NGO, so that my staff should be there when a situation of emergency arises, when a patient needs emergency treatment, that they should assist in that regard.
Se sengwe gape ebile gore ka mabaka a dijo mo re bitse di-NGO ka moka meeting wa ona o bo le go tshwane ra tla le mme o mongwe wa dietitian
Tswela pele.
a tswa ko company e ba reng go ke Masala Nutrition ra kgopela gore di-NGO tseo di bonago di tlhoka dijo ba humane di-food parcels go tswa mo company e uwe e tla re ge ba patetšwe ba patela.
Doctor, on the side of food, my lady, we requested that all the NGOs should attend a meeting. That meeting was held in Swani, and then in our presence in that meeting, there was a dietitian, a lady from a company called Masalani, whereby we made a request that if an NGO was running short of food or they were in need of food, that the same company, which is Masalani, should provide food parcels to that NGO that will be making that request, and that they will be paid whenever the government pays.
They would?
They would be paid.
Masala.
Masala will be paid.
Continue.
Doctor.
Yes, Mr. Makani.
Okay, as the court, please. If I may refer you, Doctor, do you have access to case line?
Henkar kuujicha marawana doctor unali access ya case line.
Kina leona.
Yes, I do have it.
If you may go to page 2887.
Leka holotla ka lebar ke page 2887.
Doctor, are you still with us?
O sana le rena ngaka.
Doctor, where are you? I hope your legal team, your team is assisting Mr. Makani.
Yes, we are. Mr. Barry is on his way there. My lady, the doctor was kicked out. She's logging on. Doctor, can you hear me?
2883.
No, 28887.
Ngaka ba re ke 28887.
Thank you. 288.
87. O 8 ba bararo. O 8 ba bararo, doctor. 2887.
Ke ya go yona.
Abe.
Ke humane.
Yes, I got it.
Doctor, this is the testimony of Mr. Dani Mahlangu at the arbitration proceedings. If you can read through it, then only that page, with more focus on line number, if you can count from line number 5, there's number 10 just above it, it will make it 9 and 10. But read the whole of it to contextualize it, then I'll ask you a question.
Le ka ga no bala ne tshwana mo go bane ke bopaki bo fileng ke ena mme Dani Mahlangu ka nako go iwa arbitration le ka bala from mo 9 and 10 then maleka ya bala ka moka gore ke moraga mo ke tle go no botsa dipotšišo.
Doctor, I understand that you are looking at on case line. Can you please move to the middle as we requested yesterday? Yes, you can just look at whatever you want to look at, but don't move away so that you can be visible.
Gore le tle le kgone go bonagala kere.
Ke tshwere gabotse ke 2883. 28883.
Actually, what
7
I
is the
got
last
is 28883.
The correct number is 28887.
Hey.
Nomoro ya maleba ngaka ke
7.
28887 sing 28883.
Thank you. I've read 28887. I'm done.
Doctor, did you update the HOD about the challenges that were happening?
Nna ngaka o le wa botsa yona HOD ka ona mathata ka dikgwetlho tse di tswelela tse di diragala.
But is the challenges at the NGOs?
That's correct, my lady.
Can the question be clearly put to the witness?
It will be.
Yes, Mr. Interpreter.
Potsiso e re ngaka na o ile wa botsa kapa wa update na HOD ka ona mathata kapa dikgwetlho tse le wa kopana le tsona mabapi le di NGOs?
Ke dumela hore a ka ba a be a update gabotse ke the project manager ka gore na be re le kwa ntle re le ka go lokiša fela be re na le nako ya go ya reporting.
Doctor, I think that the best person to get given the update is the project manager, because we were outside trying to fix the situation as it unfolded.
That's all did there. Continue. No, the question, there was I think the council is asking questions unless if there is something that she wants to say, but I think the question has been answered.
Reading from that that page that we referred to, do you have any comment?
Mabapi le se le fetjang go se bala ka commenta.
Se nka se bolela mo ke badileng ke gore report e re dilo tše di tlhalositšwe ko meeting. So ke no kwešiša a ke tsebe gore ke bomang le bomang ke which meeting, mara se ke se tsebang ke gore ge re be re meetha as project team di be di tlhaloswa. So a ke sure ka re mo mafelong o bolela mo gore ba di tlhalositše ko meeting.
What I can say or a comment about what I've just read from this report is that she says that this report was explained about it at the meeting. I don't know which meeting or who was in that meeting. What I know is that during the project team meetings, yes, it was addressed.
Continue.
Le ka tswela pele ngaka or lawyer.
My lady, may we just be granted only 2 minutes just to check on the notes as to do we still have further questions?
Okay, you may do so.
Thank you, my lady, for the indulgence. Doctor, if you may go to page 28919.
28919.
I found the page.
If you may read it through. Read it through, but with a more specific focus from paragraph 9 to 11.
Paragraph 4, line 9.
Line 9 to 11.
Le ka bala sekolo thata le lebelele mo line number 9 go fihla ko 11.
You may also include line 12.
Le line number 12 le ene le ka mmala.
I'm done with that page. Ke kgone ho e bala.
Yes, I've read through the page.
Okay. There is on, I think it's line number 9. It's a question by Justice Musaneke. Do you see that question?
Line number 9 putsho ka Justice Musaneke. La ibona?
ke a e bona.
Yes, I see it.
What is written there, is it what you told the former MEC, Mr. Dani Mahlangu?
Se sengwe mo ke se ile wa se botsa yena mo emisi wa peleng yena mme Qetani Mahlangu.
Nna gabotse a ke reporte directly ho MEC. However, the presentation that I made in the meeting, it was saying, oh, my apology. Report ye ke beng ke e fa ko meeting e be e bolela hore ge re ka renovate Jimiston, ge re ka renovate Mamelodi, ge re ka le tse dingwe tse a sa di ngwala mo tse ke di boletse le maabane, ge re ka renovate part ya ye nnete ya Natalspruit,
Tswela pele.
ge re ka also ra renovate part e nngwe ya ko Kalafong le ye nngwe ya bo ba Pinari, ge be re ka di renovate e be le gore mepete be re ka e hwetša. A sanka ya ba taba ya gore mepete we gona ka gore dipetlele tše be di se sa šomišwa, di nyaka gore di lokišwe.
What I said, my lady, in the actual sense, I don't report directly to the MEC myself. However, the report that I gave in the presentation in a meeting, I said that if we can renovate, do renovation at Jimiston, Mamelodi, part of Natalspruit, part of Kalafong, as well as Pinar, maybe we will get beds. Not that the beds were already available, because we still needed to do renovations first.
You've answered it, but what I wanted from you is, did you inform Mr. Dani Mahlangu that about 1,700 beds will be available for transfer?
Se ke go se tseba gore na o ile wa botsa ena MEC mme Qetani Mahlangu gore mepeto ya palo le kana 1,700 e tla ba gona for transfer.
Aowa ga o bjalo.
No, it's not like that.
If you go to line 12, you would see, if you can read Mr. Dani Mahlangu's answer to the question from Justice Seneke on line 12. If you can read it, then comment on Mr. Dani Mahlangu's answer in line 12.
A o ne se sengwe se nka commentang ka gore ke šetše ke boletše ka yona ka taba ya hospital e ba ke right ka taba ya di bo Mamelodi le bo Jimiston e sa le the same ye ke e boletšeng.
Okay.
There's nothing to comment about, because I've already given the answer about these hospitals in Mamelodi, Jimiston. It's the same thing that I've already said or mentioned.
Can we move, Mr. Makani?
As the court, please. Doctor, may you go to page 28903. if you can read the whole page with a specific focus on line number 11, that is an answer to Justice Museneke's question. Read the whole of it, but with a specific focus to line 11. Please let us know when you're done, Doctor.
I'm done. Okay.
Okay. Understand you've read paragraph 11. As we said, you must look at it. What is your comment?
Le ka fa tlhela re reng ka gore le setse le ba le yona line number 11 ka gore le kgopetse ke eng comment ya lena?
Bjale ka ge ke be ke sa reporte directly go go MEC. The project manager ke ena a beng a ka tseba, but go di meeting ge o bona le meeting di be di discussiwe.
Okay. As I was not reporting directly to the MEC, the project manager will know, but during the meeting they were discussed.
Okay, Doctor, I want to understand something. The meetings that you're saying the issue of food was discussed. Was the MEC present?
Ke go tlhaloganya ga botse mo dikopanong mo go bolwang ga teng ka dijo yena MEC o ba le gona.
A ke sa gopola gabotse mara di report ge di fiwa go ya ka di line of management.
I don't recall clearly if she was present, but however, the reports when they are given in accordance to line of management.
Okay. If I understand or understood you correctly, you reported to the HOD.
I was reporting to the project manager.
The witness has self-answered, my lady, in English.
Oh, yeah. I just don't want to be involved. I've just left it. Carry on. As long as we understand, then Mr. Makani is the one who has to alert the witness. If he's also happy, we just continue.
Doctor,
I think the question has been answered.
Going forward, Doctor, wait for the witness to translate or to interpret so that you can answer. Because
which witness now? Should she wait for another witness to translate?
The interpreter, my lady.
Just a second, I just want to clear my mind. Oh, you said you reported to the project manager.
Project manager.
That's
correct.
Yes, continue.
And these challenges according to the line of reporting, you had reported it to the of food, the challenge of food. You had reported it to the project manager.
Mabapi tsa dikgwetlho kapa di-challenges bothata ka dijo o ile wa bo report-a go ena project manager.
Ka gore e be le yona line of reporting.
Yes, because it was a line of reporting.
Le ke allocator staff sa ka ho yo support-a doctor NGOs. Ba ile ban reporter ko Dr. Lebete. Ya bane mabaka a mangwe bele ana ao gore mathata a di-NGO a kuwe ke rena ka pela re report-e.
Yes, because even when I allocated my staff in the strategy of adopting an NGO, I was reported to Dr. Lebete. Le ka bušeletša gore go diregeleng ba se no le reporta ko Dr. Lebete.
Ebile ge ba ikwa gore ke a ba gatelela ke ba diriša mošomo wa district. So
it is when they felt that
ya
I
ba
was
gore
Emanyana doctor. It is when they felt that I was hard or pressing on them because the work that I was making them to do is the work of the district.
This is now your staff in the mental health directorate. That's the same.
Mental health directorate. That's correct, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. If you may go to page 28920.
Yes.
If you can read the whole document, the whole page, but with a specific focus on line 11.
Dr. Manamela, are you still reading?
No, I'm done.
Yes, continue, Mr. McKinney.
The line I referred you to is the question by Justice Msaneke, and it reads as follows. And the HOD as well as Dr. Manamela assured you and the Premier that it will be 1,700 beds available for these patients.
Yona line e bela ka tsela yo ke pušo ntse go araba yona Justice Mosneke gore mepete ka ba 1,700 e tla ba gona go bona balwetse.
And the answer by Mr. Dani Mahlangu follows on paragraph 13, or line 13 rather. where
And
she
then
actually,
Petro kaina qetani mahlangu imo line 13.
but whilst we are still on, the answer there start with yes. It means is the answer, and then she explains going for. Did you assure Mr. Dani Mahlangu about the 1,700 beds? And the
Yena
premium?
mme qetani mahlangu le ma ashora ka yona mepeto e 1,700. Yela
Ke
kgontishisha.
gopola gore e sa le yona yela ya gore ge dipetlele tšela di be di ka renovatiwa ke moo go bo ka ba le mepete e mekalo.
I still believe that is the same one, that if those hospitals can be renovated, yes, that number of beds will be like that.
Did you assure her?
Not her alone,
Of
my
the
lady,
number?
and the premier.
Yes, let's just talk about the first question. Let's not mix these questions. Did you assure her about the number of beds as she's indicating in the evidence?
Wilo mo kgontishe ka nomoro ya mepeto ka ga a tlhaisa mo bakeng ba gae ka go fetso bala ka gona.
Au bjalo ka ge bese e be gona mepete o ka nako tšeo.
It is not like that because those beds were not available by that time.
Continue, Mr.
My
Makai.
question was not translated in full. It included, I don't know, I don't want to assume.
Okay,
I don't-
yes. This
Yes,
also included whether
the
she
premier.
also assured the premier.
The premier, yes.
Ka gore putsišo e ga se nke a tlhaloswa ka botlalo, e ka ba seo se be se ama le kgontišišo mo go yena mo premier. Le ka araba ngaka?
Aowa.
No.
A sa nka ka ba le meeting le premier ka morago ge šetše re feditše o beakanya balwetši, premier a biditše team ka moka.
No, I never had a meeting with the premier until after, when the premier has called all the role players in the meeting.
There is line 20. It's a question by Justice Museneke. I understand that you've read, that's why I said you must read the document for the issue of time, so that we don't read everything into record. The question, do you see the question that it reads? And this council will put, all this council will put details. If you can just read it and tell me if you understand the question there.
Re kgopola gore ba le yone number 20, then o šupetše gore pušo mo wa e tlhaloganya gabotse.
Mo a reng, now you know that they misled you. Ka re line ya ka mathomong a e kwagale a botse, e misa some words.
Either that's why even myself I said if you can read it, but when it goes further it says now you know that they misled you. Is that not so?
Gore bjalo wa tseba gore ba ile ba go lahlegiša kapa ba leader go bjalo.
Then the Miss Mahlangu's answer follows on the following page, which is 28921. She says, yes, I am aware, Judge, Justice.
Ene karabo ya gagwe mme Mahlangu e latela letlakane le latelang a re gona bjale wa hlokomela gore go bjalo.
So my question to you is, did you mislead Mr. Dani Mahlangu in believing that there will be beds of 1,700 available?
Bjalo pušo ka gore na ile wa timetša mme Qedani Mahlangu kapa mo latlhegiša gore yena a dumele gore e tla ba gona mepeto e lekanang 1,700.
Aowa, a sa ka mo timetša.
No, I did not mislead her.
Let me just be specific on the page that I want to refer you to. If you can, that is on page, if you can go and read page 28921. That's the pay.
Ke feditše.
Yes, I'm done.
Thank you, Doctor. I think it's line 3, line 2 to 3, where I would say it's a question by Justin Mseneke. In other words, they lied to you and the premier about the project, and she answers, yes, Justice. Do you agree that you lied to Mr. Dani Mahlangu and the premier about the project?
Wa dumela gore na o ile wa bolla maka go yena mme Qedani Mahlangu le yena mo premier mabapi le yona project e se se latela go tswa mo yona potšišo e be go e tswa go yena Justice Mseneke segolo thata o lebela mona line number 23.
A ke dumele e fela ge nka dumella go supporta or o tlhalosa se sengwe.
I don't agree unless I'm allowed to support or elaborate on something.
Yes, continue.
Tswela pele.
Ge ba re be re moditše maaka, Sasopo e mongwaletše lengwalo, Sateke e mongwaletše lengwalo, di-community be di toitoela department. Ke dumela gore ge ba a be a tseba re mmoditše maaka, mohlomongwe o be a ka tšea ditoitoi tšeo a di lebelela, a kgona gore rena re tlhalose gore re mmuletša maaka. Lastly, nna be ke sa reporte mo go yena, be ke le deputy project manager, ke ruphetha go project manager yo a beng ebile a ya.
I want to elaborate by saying that if indeed we lied, I mean, Sasop wrote a letter and Sadak wrote a letter to her, and even the community was toing against the department. If indeed we lied, we should have looked at the toy so that we could come and explain as to why we lied about that issue. And secondly, I was the deputy project manager. I was not reporting to her. I was reporting to the project manager.
Continue, Mr. Makani.
Whilst you're still on the same page, if you can go to line number 8 until line number 12.
Go na le tlakala leo ya mo line number 8 go fihla mo line number 12.
Ke le badile.
Okay.
The page.
What can you say about it?
I think it's the
O ka reng
same.
ka lona?
Okay, continue. Continue. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Interpreter.
Le ka reng ka se le fetjang go se bala kapa ka letlakala leo?
Ke bona e sa re isha gona mola re be ke tlhalosa go ka mokgwa ke tlhalositseng ka ona go no tshwana e no ba the same answer ke karabo ya go tshwana.
Yes, I think that is taking me back to the same answer that I gave previously. It is the same answer.
Thank you, Mr. Makani.
You go to line number 19 until line number 22.
Is it the same page?
The same page, but 22 is on the page that follows.
O ka ya ga go no mo line number 19 o fihla 22 mara 22 e mo letlakaleng le latelang.
Until line 5.
Just go to the next page. The two that it's about a sentence. Just complete that in the second page, in the next page. 28922.
Ya go letlakaleng le leng o felletsa yona sentence eo.
Or do you want to read her? Do you want her to read the whole page, Mr. Makani?
No. It's just line 19 until line 22. It's just above where it is marked 20. It's that
This
line.
should be. Let me assist here. From where Ms. Mahlangu responds to the question here, that is line number 19, and you proceed to the next page. Then there is line 1, and line 2 ends with intervenes in the next page.
If I may, my lady, I think the proper way for the doctor to get, if she can read from line 16, from the question of Justice Museneke.
And you proceed to the next page.
Yes, until the first line. Until the.
I think that's where I had directed her. That's fine.
Okay, no problem.
Do you see that, Dr. Manamel?
Line 15, page 28921.
You must start with the first page. 28921. Just the first, the last 3 lines, and you proceed to, no. He said you can start from 15, 16. Perhaps you should start at 13 here, where Judge Museneki was questioning the evidence of Ms. Mahlangu. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Ke feditse ka yona.
Yes, I've done reading it.
Doctor, what is your comment to what you just read?
Le ka fa tlhale reng mabapi le se fetšang go se bala la commenta le reng?
Ke nagana gore e sa ya gona kua le ge a bolela ka profession mo gore batho ba leng qualified. Ka mo di-meeting batho ba leng qualified ka nako nngwe ge be ba le ka bolela be ba sa dumelelwe.
I think that it still goes there, even when she mentions the profession or the qualifications, because in the meeting, people who were qualified were not allowed to speak.
Doctor, I've got two follow-up questions, but the first one is...
Just before you do that, I think she was still saying something. Let her finish what she wanted to say. The interpreter just stopped her from saying a lot. If you can sentence. You're saying that in the meeting, qualified people were not allowed to speak. If you can take it from there.
Le ka tswela pele go tloga mo le reng ka meeting batho ba leng qualified ba sa dumelwe go bolela.
Ke ka moo le re kwelego ntate Mosenuri gore o ile a ba a botša gore o emela life Esidimeni. Be go na le di-psychiatrist ka mo meeting. Le ge a be a sa re gomolang, be ba gomola ba sa bolele di-concern tša bona. Ka gona ke bona e se maloka gore batho ba leng trained ba le qualified ba mo mislead. Ke ka mokgwa ke bonang.
Doctor,
that is why even Mr. Musoneri, it was said that he defends life Esidimeni because in the meeting, psychiatrists were present inside that meeting, even though they were not instructed to keep quiet, but they did not say anything. That's why I felt that, people who were qualified were not given the chance.
Doctor, I understand your question, your answer rather to my question. Do you agree with what is written there? Because normally you'd say I refer back. So it's something that can be interpreted later on when one looks at the record. It might say a lot of things. Do you agree to what is written there?
Ngaka wa dumela le sona se se ngwetseng gare ga yona reporteng gobane motho mongwe ka lebelela morago a tlo lebelela reporteng. Ha o dumelane le yona? No.
Aowa, a ke dumelelane le yona.
I'm not in agreement with it.
As the court, please. My lady, I see it's 1 minute past 4.
Let her finish this point. I just want her to finish this point. Please, let's not interrupt her. Can you hear us, Doctor?
Yes, I can hear you.
The question was, do you agree with the statement? Although the court has understood your evidence, I don't know what Mr. Makani wanted to find out here. But the question was, do you agree with what is written here? What do you have?
ne go kwa ba bangwe ba le ba go mo ngwalela mangwalo ge goba a botšiša di-chief directors tša ka mo meeting tše di beng di forma project team a ba a botšiša le deputy director general.
I think if the MEC believed that we misled her, she should have listened to those who were outside of the department, those who wrote letters to her, or asked the chief directors who formed a team of the project team or other directors.
Chief directors who attended meetings.
Already chief director attended the meeting.
And
the member.
Yes, correct.
The member
And
of the project team.
And also they being members of the project team.
And the DDG, that's what I picked up.
And DDG, Deputy Director General. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Makani, can we close it here? It's 6 minutes past 4 now. What is happening now? Mr. Makani, are you there?
I'm here, my lady.
I can't see the witness.
The witness is here.
I'm here, my lady.
Yes, I can also not see you, Mr. Makani. Okay, yes.
As the court, please. My lady, before we close it, I don't know whether it's sufficient because Dr. Manamela mentioned even those who wrote letters.
Yes, it was interpreted.
It was interpreted. Okay, I had missed it. The
evidence was if we misled her, referring to the former MEC, she could have heard from those who wrote her letters. And I heard the interpreter saying those outside the department who wrote letters, the chief directors who were part of the project team and who attended the meetings, and the DDG. That was her evidence.
That's correct, my lady.
Confirmed, doctor?
Judge.
Thank you.
Yes, that's correct, Judge.
Mr. Makani?
As the court, my lady, after we have adjourned, my lady, can I then ask everyone? There's an issue that I think I need to address it just after everyone. If Dr. Manamela can exit the meeting, my lady.
No, but I need to excuse her, isn't it, for tomorrow?
Yes, I'm not. Yes, I'm just saying after, so that even colleagues don't leave. There's an issue that I want to address it, my lady, as the court, please.
Thank you, Dr. Manamela. As I warned you yesterday and on Monday, the oath that you have taken will still continue. We will continue with this evidence tomorrow morning. I'm going to request that you ask your legal team to prepare your devices in advance. Well, if it's circumstances beyond control, there is nothing that we can do. But I would prefer that we start the proceedings at 10.
Ka go botse doctor ka mošupologo gore ra fatra kano bona boikano bo santsane boemi go tswela pele se ke se kgopelang go gore ge ba go thušang ka tša molao ge ba dire ka botlhe gore ge dilo tša go di le seemong se se botse gore ge re thoma re tswelela pele re tswelele pele re ka tswelela pele ka o sane ka 10 o'clock mesong.